Good morning. Can I get a home? Yeah. Let me get a one in chat if you can hear me okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We are looking into a very, very important day, which is February 2nd, Friday of 2024. We're keeping it pushing. Appreciate you guys coming to hang out. Good morning. Good morning. Nope, not what I wanted. Let's go. 42069 giggity. Let's go. Good morning, Arctic Fox. Mr. Business, how are you, sir? Dr. CVS Frog, Sabrina Zabri. Miss Sabrina Bree. Who else we got? GTA, Mr. Caesar. How are you, sir? Good morning, everybody. Shit, we even got GTA smacking the Twitch one time for the one time. I appreciate that. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Today's gonna be fun. Um, for anybody new to options, I was hanging out in the Discord all morning. I didn't make a post or anything about it, but I'm gonna try to go and just hang out in the Discord while I'm doing stuff in the morning and stuff like that. So if anybody wants to come in and talk and ask questions and stuff like that, be don't worry about bothering me or whatever the case. That's the time to do it. I would love to go and catch it before going into the market rather than as the market's happening, or me miss you in the chat or something, needing some kind of information. um, that being said, today is going to be a very pivotal day. Fridays are usually the days that I decide, or I guess decide if I just make a decent profit in the week or if I go and make a very, very good profit. Or even sometimes I look at it as a profitable end of the week is even a better situation sometimes if you're able to go and put more or I guess get plays in for next week and try to go and get yourself prepared for the next week up and coming and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here on a Friday. I appreciate each and every one of you guys hanging out. We're gonna hop into the charts here in a minute. Let you guys know what I see. But I guess I got a couple interesting plays for you today. I think that you could go and I don't think this is an exaggeration. We'll go and see. I'll explain my thought process. But let's say you have $600, $700. I want to see if I can go and turn that $7 bill into a $100 bill, but I want to do it 100 times. And I want to do it in one day. That's kind of my goal here. It is cold in Florida. I mean, I'm pretty much speaking to a bunch of people that actually live in cold places, so take that with a grain of salt. However, let's see. let's see if we can't go and get my camera up. I have a blue shirt on, so I'm blending into the screens today. So, damn, office day, I wore pants. Damn it. That's no fucking good, bud. Typically, see, I'm one of those employers around here, Mr. Business, that I don't make anybody wear pants, you know. I just don't think it's I don't think it's relevant. But good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's get into it because I got a lot of shit. Tesla, I am still holding my 870 5.5 puts for today. I also have my my 185s or my 185 puts. I also have my 177.5s for next week. I'm going to be getting out of all of those right here at the beginning of the day. I'm going to be immediately going back bullish on pretty much everything, and I'll explain why. The 30-year government bond yields have not been around 4% since, I believe, last year sometime. When that happened, whenever they decided to go and just lose their shit, we went and saw a huge run in the small caps and the Russell in just everything. And if you think we're bullish right this second, it's going to be much, much, much worse. I'm looking for support on the NASDAQ at 17,352 to 17,263. The SPY I need to hold, and everybody needs to write this down. I don't give a shit if you clip what I fucking say right now. SPY 491.63. It needs to hold that area. The fucking news that we just got, which was what, non-farm, did fuck all for us. But the fact that we got pushed down like this, I absolutely love this, just because I need to get out of my puts on Tesla. So it's going to give me a perfect opportunity to, like I thought it would, to get in the money on those 185s, I'm assuming, real quick, and then just hop out real quick and bounce. I believe you're going and seeing a very good bounce here. And I feel like you're going to get it right here. I would like to see a bounce just immediately and us go green. Don't shoot the fucking messenger, I'm just saying. So I'm going to be out of my puts, and I'm going to be probably looking back towards that 190 for next week. I don't know what those would look like. If you wanted to play something today, I just wouldn't on Tesla, just because I would rather, I just feel like it's a better, you're looking at a better support level here for next week. That being said, I'm going to go and probably try to find something right before that 200 area. I just think we're going to end up running. I'm looking at the SPY thinking, okay, we were at 492. We've pulled back into 490. I think we're immediately going to go and try to hold right here. Right here. 491.63 is what it is, but I have it at 490, at 491.60 ish. but I like where we are. I want to see green candles get us back up above that 490. The IWM is going to be relying on interest rates heavily right now. Wait until that. If you're looking at the 30-year government bond yield right now and it drops below 4%, I don't give a shit. The IWM is gonna rip. I mean, absolutely fucking rip. Did it last year? 3 jackets at night? Shit. Okay. Yeah, people are here wearing jackets. I'm wearing like a, I don't know, it's extremely thin. But here's my I had just talked to a couple of people about this Microsoft play. I just found this Microsoft play. Microsoft is doing relatively some of the best earnings out of anybody. Apple got absolutely fucked on. Still had good earnings. I think it's kind of interesting how they're getting, or how they're just destroying that fucking thing right now. I want to go and take Microsoft long to 415. When you're looking at these options, this is for next week. If you're a smart human being and not a degenerate fucking asshole drooling on your fucking keyboard, or if you have the liquidity and the amount of money to go, if you have the day trade, it's worth the day trade. If you don't have the day trade, go out and look at 415s for next week. But I'm kind of looking at these 415s for this week. So if you're able to get these 415s, let's say you're even able to go and get these 412s, because I would stay closer to 412 just because that's where I'd want to be if we have the ability to go. North of that, I think we're going to go and probably see something up here. The reason why I'd go 412 is because I would be at my area that I need to be at prior to everybody else being at 415. We have a 5,000 share wall coming in within 15 minutes of the market opening. I'm looking for Microsoft to hold the 200, and all the news that just came out that really scared the market and shit. I told Bree this was going to happen, and Caesar as well, I believe. The market is trying to go and make you feel right this moment as if shit is going to like hit the fan. That's bad data. Okay, cool. Well, great. But we've had nothing but beats all week on a lot of different stock prices. So, and on very, very important ones for the market to go and continue to rise. The fact that those bond yields are right around 4%, if they drop below 4%, it's going to absolutely rip the fucking market a new ass to the upside. I think the Qs right here, not the SQs, but the Qs have every bit of returning right over this 225 and back into probably 228.5 or so. So I'm looking for that. I think that Apple's looking very, very weak. However, they're going weak into support. So I wouldn't be surprised to watch Apple just all of a sudden decide to try to go and retest that 182.70 and try to get back through the 200. But I would like to go and say that that's probably a bottom on Apple for the moment. Anyway, I'm not saying that like we're going to go and go for an extended amount of time. I'm just letting you know right this very moment and into next week, that's what I'm doing. Next week, I'm looking, I guess if I'm looking long on Tesla, I'm looking into the fact that we closed at 188. We're now almost under 185. So if you're looking at my options plays that I've been making, I held these 187s and I held them overnight I held them literally into expiration. Reason being is because I thought you were going to go and get more of a melt off into close yesterday, and you ended up getting just a fucking yeet candle into the sky. However, these are going to be $2 into the money by the time these open, so we're going to be looking at these jumping back up and holding probably 167. So you're going to see those maybe right around this 212 area. So we're going to go and see like where we can get out of them. But it's definitely going to be well over. And I think our overall average on those was something like something stupid, like 80, maybe even 50 something. Average on that is 91, excuse me. But we did get into it at 56 and then ended up taking profits over 200 and then getting back in later. I still own the 185s. These 185s are going to just run right into the money. Oh, I don't have them up here. I have these for next week. They're holding value actually pretty well. I wouldn't be surprised if they got like a little run here. Just since we were at the downside, I would go and probably look back into this green support area into that 110. So I might keep some like just one or two of those 177 and a halves just in case something absolutely miraculous happens and like Tesla shits the bed or something. But I'm going to be looking for purchases to the upside that end either today or into the next week. If I'm looking at the SPY, I wouldn't be looking at daily contracts unless you have the day trades, not just one, but day trades, just because you don't know what the fuck you're going to get into. But I would go 4 days out instead of 3 and go on to the Tuesday, because typically 3s get fucking absolutely smashed. But there's argument to see if the bond, if bonds decide to shit the bed, or if they go under 4, shit is going to go through the absolute roof, guys. I don't know how to explain that any clearer. So keep an eye on that. But yeah, I'm going to be watching these contracts. The Meta 412 and a half. I honestly, like, I feel like you could go and get a very, very big, here's where you could take the $7 and make it 700. You can go and grab like a 415. You could even go and grab a 412, because correct me if I'm wrong. Microsoft's up still right now, so it closed at 403. So they're going to be a little bit more expensive, I would assume. So if you're able to grab these, you could probably grab these at $6-7 real quick. So like I've said, I have a couple of buy zones on these, but I would stick right here. If you have the ability to go and grab the $16, to grab 10 of them, that's $160 or something like that. You have the ability to go and turn that contract into $100, potentially $200 if it gets to like 412 or so, because it would drag it almost right up to the money or in the money. That would take a $16 contract and drag it up to a $200 bill, roughly. So you could go and put those numbers in right now. If it happens to fill it, it happens to fill it. But that's a substantial gain if you're able to go and get it. I want to be able to get out of my Tesla. The first things I'm going to be getting out of is going to be my 187s, because they're already in the money, and then I'll focus away from the price at that point, because I have 187 and a halves, 185s, and 177 and a halves. I will go and look at them that way. where they're already in the money. Take the fucking money, and then go away from the stock price and release them that way. Apple's looking very, very strong. SQs are going to end up going and getting over the 200. I wouldn't be surprised if you see these walk right back into 1240 here. Wake up. Thank you. 1240. You already tried to reject from there in the first place, so something probably right into there. Let's even go and say, let's just say 1240 just to be safe, but you could even see it right into the 1230, potentially going and just seeing a top. So that being said, that rundown would be, or I'm sorry, that run up would be the market flickering to the downside as soon as it opens. So I'm going to be looking at anything long from right here, anything long up from this green candle pre-market. At the end of the day yesterday, I'm going to be looking for a candle to come here on the SQs and then end up going and probably leaving that area and coming back to the downside. While it comes to the downside, that means the market would be bouncing. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. We have about 5 minutes until the market opens. Let me see what we got going. While I got Google, or I took Google calls yesterday that will open worthless. Nice. That a boy. What's up, Alberto? How's everything, baby? So yeah, we're at 123 a contract right now on the 187.5. I'm gonna step out to the patio. Ouch! Before pre-market or before market open. We have those 187.5. They're at 123. I'm looking to get out of those at something like 216 probably. But I'm gonna go and use it, like basically play it by ear because I have way too many of them to fuck around. Tesla at 185 puts. Those are at 54 a contract. And we have 97 a contract at close yesterday of 177.5 puts. Those 177.5 puts are next week, so those are going to be more pliable when it comes to the volatility of time and stuff like that. They're going to react, but they're not going to react as hard as the ones that are expiration dates today. I even actually, just now that I'm watching Tesla try to come to the top side, I'm probably going to go and get I'm probably going to get out of, actually going to go and set a limit sell order on my SPY 185 so that I can focus just in case I have to watch them. But I think that we're more than likely going to get like a flicker to the red side real quick, which if you're bullish, that's where you're going to want to go to the top side. And if you're bearish, you're going to hope that you get a really big push. But if you're bearish, you're also shitting in your hands and clapping right now, just to let you know. I actually want my 186, or excuse me, my 185s to flow or to go and fill at one. I don't know if I can go and get, I don't know if I can get 160. Well, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can't get like a 133. They just retried that high. I have a buy or a sell order at 180 for those 185s, and I'll see where the other ones come from there. But I keep an eye on my 185s and obviously the Microsoft. And Microsoft is coming back into 403, so you actually might get those contracts at a really, really stupid price. I just put a buy-in for next week on Microsoft 115 calls for 50 a contract. I don't know that those are going to fill, but I am going to keep my eye on them. But I do have an order already there at 50 cents a contract. We got about a minute. Make sure that you like and subscribe. If we come to an emergency and you have a shitter next to you, put your mask on first before helping the shitter next to you. We're about to go and lift off, ladies and gentlemen. Hold your beer. Get ready. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, that contract's $340 a piece right now. I'm out. I just got out at 314 on those the one. Oh, I did sell the 180 and the 185s just sold for 180. Excuse me. Yeah, 185s just sold for 180. I just got out of the other set at 140 right here. Yeah, 146. I still have my 175s. I'm going to hold those until I can get into a position to the top side real quick. Rivian is tanking. I'd be buying that dip. I'm taking calls to the 195 for 127 a call right here. Excuse me, I just filled for 118. I am long on Tesla at 195s for next week. Microsoft. Rivian's coming to the downside. Let's go and look at why. Or I don't give a shit why. I'm actually going to go and Tesla's moving green. I'm actually not going to look at Rivian right this second. I'm looking at the SPY underneath 490, and I'm looking into Monday of next week. I would suggest going to Tuesday, but I'm looking at these 493s because 9-3 is the best hand in fucking poker. We're gonna go and take a position at 64 a contract for the 493s. I'm trying to fill those at 64 a contract. Those four see, here's the SQs. This is where you would go and load the puts for the SQs here. And those contracts that I was talking about, those 412s are at 11 cents a piece, guys. They got all the way to 7. The 412s got to $7 a piece. That would quite fucking literally, oh my God, that's disgusting. Google's underneath 140, or excuse me, under 135. I wonder where Google's interest is. Oh, that came right down to a support line of mine. Google to 142 probably. I like Google here. If you like Google here today, you could even actually go to 142 today. It's like 13 cents. I'm just looking at them at like 92. I'm picking them up here at, ooh, that almost gave them to me. I want to pick up those contracts on Google, 142 for next week. Right here at 82 cents a contract. I don't think I'm going to get it because they immediately rebounded to 100, but they were at 82 for a second. AMD, Amazon, Tesla's down, Google's down. Apple is another one that's bouncing off support beautifully. AMC under $4, guys. Bounced right off the 395. We're gonna bounce. Look at the fucking price on these. Holy shit. Yeah, I did not fill those Googles, the 142s, and I'm just gonna exit that position because I'm not gonna chase those. The Microsoft 415s are now up at like $200 a piece. My SPY calls are trying to come back to me right now. Yeah, SPY's trying to get smacked real quick. Just give me a little dip. Netflix is going to come out of this wedge and go green. It's using support here. Turn me up. Watch this shit. Miss Jane Hammond, how the fuck are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope all is going well with you and the husband. That Tesla 15-minute chart looks good. We're chilling. We're gonna probably average down on those 195s. I'm going to go and exit 50% of my position on the 177.5 puts. I'm just now getting out of 50% of those at 156 a contract. We originally, the average on those that we had was 114, so we just took 63% on those that we grabbed on Wednesday. We took 100 and something percent on those contracts. I'll figure it out here in a minute. SPY coming to the upside. I'm gonna actually take SPY contracts Oh, I already have them in. Where the fuck are those at? You're not gonna give me those, you fucking cunt. So those four. Here you go, guys. This is literally how you make a shitload of money very quickly. You go and buy these at $7 fucking where I said to, and they've already 300%ed themselves, just to let you know. I would like to see Microsoft pull back just a fucking smidge here. IWM, way back. Pulled way back. Looking for some support right here at the 192. I would not be impressed, or I would not be surprised to see the IWM go and come back up towards that 195 very quickly. There's the SPY. I'm taking 195s for $69 giggity for what, February 8th. Nope, wrong. February 5th. I just filled IWM 190. Nope. Yeah, 195 calls for 67 a contract. I'm already up 10%. Let's go. Tesla is going to give us another buy here. I'm going to actually split those contracts up. So I have 195s. I'm also going to go and look closer to the money here. I want to see those 190s real quick. $192.5 is where we actually got smacked. So I'm buying a shitload of those real quick. I just purchased those. I filled for 160 right there. So just to let you know, we're out of these. Look at these fucking contracts. These are already at 30. That right here. That's already 500%. We still have one half of these. SPY's coming back up to get green. I'm telling you guys, I'm not joking. It's a beautiful situation. Microsoft did not want to go and fill those 120 or those 114, nope, 415s for me. Do you all have real-time quotes? If you don't have real-time quotes on fucking Weeble, you're jerking off with sandpaper. Stop doing it. So I'm going to go and let you guys know right now, I'm out of the rest of my Tesla 140 or 177.5s right here. The reason why is I'm getting that liquid capital off the market at where it's at because I'm profitable on that trade. What I'm going to do is still keep that sentiment, and I'm even going to look at it right here so that we can go and keep an eye on it. I think Tesla, if it does pull back, you're going to be looking back into the 177 area anyway. But just to go and kind of hedge ourselves, I'm going to be looking at Tesla 180s for next week. They're looking very nice. We're completely out of these right here, guys. We're out of our puts at 154. They just we just picked up our 192.5 calls. So right now, all I own is IWM 195 calls, Tesla 192.5 calls, and Tesla 195 calls. And I'm looking to buy more SPY 493 calls at 64 a contract. That's the only thing I'm holding, or that's the only thing I'm waiting on. Plug power looking at resistance. I told you that was going to happen. I told you that was going to $5 and it was going to stop and turn the fuck around. That was a nasty play right there. Where's Microsoft at? Because I feel like Microsoft's ripping back to. Go ahead, try me. Tell me I'm wrong. I want Microsoft to pull back one more time. IWM's coming down, still holding that support. Watch for that support to stay. There's NVIDIA just fucking sending it, bud. Go get 650, babe. Let it go. There's Microsoft doing the same shit. Now, if I'm looking at the market, you know what? I'm actually going to look at Netflix really quickly because I was looking at those 600 calls for Netflix. For next week. Actually, I like the I like the 590s for 160 flat if I can get them. It'd be great if I could just get the little push down, just a little one. So buy orders that I have in, or limit orders that I have in that I have not filled yet. Netflix 950 calls, SPY 493 calls. Those SPY 93s aren't going to happen anyway. I am already up on Tesla 20%. I just canceled those SPY calls. I'm going to go and use that that liquidity somewhere else. Excuse me, I was wrong. I'm giving 20% away right now on the 195 calls. Tesla, I just picked up 2 more. Yeah, I just picked up more 195s right here. Microsoft continuing, trying to go through 409. If I'm right about this, did anybody fill these? I like those, G, but I would rather be right over the 95 area. If I'm sitting there looking at the IWM, see, look, bounced right there off Netflix. We just got into those. Ooh, those 192.5s, they don't like that area. My IWMs are up 25%. We got into those at 68 a contract. They're at 88 currently. Because IWM is bouncing, guys. I'm fucking actually nuts at my job. Let's go. Oh my God. My NVIDIA March calls are up again. Yo, you better get the fuck up out of those. Let's go. Market, keep going. I'll wait. Look, no hands. That was hard. Look, 16 fucking minutes is how long my job took today. That's it. $36% on the 195s. The 192.5s are bouncing. I just bought the 195 calls at, what was it, 98 cents, I believe. Yeah, I bought them for 98 cents, but I also had them at 127. So right now my average exactly is 113 and they're sitting at 117. We're profitable there right now. We're up 4% on the 192.5. The IWMs were up 40% already. Microsoft quite literally could have made, let's just do the math. Pretty fucking simple. Let's say you didn't go $7 or 7 cents. Let's say you went 8 cents just to go and be like normal, right? And you would have gone, let's just say, because that contract, I can guarantee you, yep, $50 right there. $8 into 50 fucking bucks right there, guys. Come on. We shouldn't be missing this. I literally fucking screamed it. It's the first thing I said. $50 right there. Bang. Hit. These are out. I'm out of those because we got out of those puts at 150 or at 154. So what I own is the Tesla 185 right here. This is the 182 put, I believe. Yeah. No, this is a one. Yeah, that's 185, 182 puts. We haven't had those for days. This is the. Yeah, that's going to be a put because that's going the wrong way. So what we have is we have Tesla calls for next week at 195 right here that are moving to the upside. And we also have 192s that are now. Are they really? Holy shit. I'm up 31% on those 125 and a halves. I'm up 30% on the 195s. 35% on the 195 SQs. Or excuse me, not SQs. IWM. Go ahead and give me my fucking contract on Netflix before I smack you in the fucking lips. Thank you. Well, I just filled 590 calls on Netflix for 159 a contract. Let's see. Let me get those up there. Netflix. Next week, calls 390s right here. Where am I? Where's Tesla? Or excuse me, there's the IWM. I have IWMs into the 5th right here, 3 days. I even just went and broke my rule, but I have the 195s right here. There's Tesla. Excuse me, immediately coming back, looking very, very nice on a 15-minute candle. That's why I turned it on a 15-minute candle for you guys. I also went and just purchased right here on Netflix. IWM looking for the the VWAP bounce. We're back up over 186 on Tesla, which is beautiful. Those IWMs are pulling back perfectly to where. See, there's your motion right there in Netflix. Tesla's going to try to get up to this box up at 189.20. And while that's happening, we need the SPY to go and cook itself up and get off the 200 and off VWAP right here at 189.90 and get up above this 491, but using the 491.08 on the SPY to use it as a foothold to continue upward. SPY will do that for us as well. We just need the overall markets to go and hold these simple areas. That's why I'm going to probably look into. By the way, let me show you the SQ chart real quick. Didn't get there, but we were 2 fucking cents off if you catch the drift here. I'm not playing with IWM, or excuse me, I'm not playing with Intel. I'm not playing with any chip conductors right now. Any semis, any nothing. No, thank you. Apple bounced hard as fuck like I told you it would, guys. I mean, god damn it, I am fucking good at my job. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Birdie, Hunter. Hey all, you are killing it, Enzo. You're goddamn right I am. I'm about to take these fucking titties out one time for the market, Bird. It keeps looking as good as it is. How are you doing, my good sir? Because I'm pretty sure that I should have made a couple fucking thousandaires just a moment ago. These contracts are pulling back. 17 a contract now. So these are starting to come back into fucking play. But all that's happening, guys, is they're trying to go and show you that you're double topping, but you're not. You're double topping into the fucking pre-market high on Microsoft because you literally just had to go and yeet a candle $4 to get there. Let it give it a sec to go to fucking VWAP, huh? Like let it go over to the 200s, stop on a dime, try to find itself some support. Tesla's doing a very good job at 15, looking very voluptuous, bouncing off that support. I mean, my charting's fucking disgusting right now, guys. I don't know what to tell you. 199 calls over 100% in 5 minutes, but I missed the fill on those as well. Well, here's the cool thing, G. If you go and put the 100% sell order in as you're buying the shit, this is exactly that pullback that I wanted. Where is Microsoft and how much can I get, bitches? This is exactly that pullback I wanted. SPY is going to look to go and hold 491.63. 491.63. 491.63. 491.63. That's where we're going. 491.63 at 9:54. 4163 or 491.63. No bullshit. On gang, on FONM. Let's go. What I do like is Tesla hasn't moved in 3 minutes. I'm going to go they're probably not going to give me those contracts. But if I can get Microsoft at 415 next week, February 9th, and I can fill those contracts at a very, very quick wick down through the 200, if I can get it very, very quickly when it breaks the 400, I'm taking them at 126. I don't think those are going to go and get deep enough though, but who knows? Only the person with the fucking buy spot or the buy order there is going to be able to capitalize off that. See, those are right back at 180. You know what? Just to make a point, I'm going to go and try to fill those at 175. I'm not really wanting to chase them, but SPY's not giving me many options. They're going to hopefully pull back right here. And I want to fill Microsoft 415s for next week. I'm probably going to be in and out of them very quickly if it starts moving. They just got over the 200 mark. Options to, yeah. I have a buy-in at 175. I'm not changing my fucking mind. I'm not. Just stop and turn around for a second and freak everybody out so that I can go and buy fucking Tesla too. We are just now seeing well, shit. I'm still up 32% on my IWMs. I'm going to be buying more Tesla 195s here and also 192 and a half. as they're getting close to my average again. If I can get 195s for sub 90, what? I got them for 98 the first time. I want these for 90 flat. Because I don't want to go and pay again the same exact amount of money that I just fucking paid for them. That's fucking stupid. Microsoft right here is probably going to try to fill these contracts very, very quickly. I own these 4 right now. Those Microsofts are coming back right now for today. The 412.5s are the big thing that I was talking about earlier. Good calls, Enzo. Thank you, GTA. Apple calls. I think Apple is easily a good buy right now. If you're thinking of it from a blue chip portfolio kind of thought. I think 180 is good, but I think you could, if you're thinking of it theoretically, you could and need to possibly think as good as Apple is, you still need to think potentially you might see a 166. I don't know that you do though. That's kind of my concern here is I am the type of person who has the ability to go and throw money in places in the market where I don't have to necessarily be extremely correct when it comes to blue chip because I can just buy an average down dollar cost average. However, I like 180 on Apple. If you would have told me probably last month sometime that you were going to be able to buy Apple at 180 or 185 while it was sitting there almost at 200 going through, I'll take it. INBS. Meta rolls out own AI chips to power Facebook and Instagram. Target cost cut. NVIDIA's. Oh, okay. You can take puts on Meta. Spies trying to go through the top. So, living voluptuously through life right now. You know what I mean? Just taking the tits out, throwing them where we may. We're down about 5% right now on those Tesla 195s. Excuse me, 192.5s. I'll take one for 140 flat if you'll give it to me. I want this contract right here. Right here. Nope. Yeah. 192.5s right here. I want these to fill at 140 flat. I still have quite a few of them. I'm waiting for this to fill really quick underneath that one right here. But my first purchase was, I want to say this was the 150. Yeah, 159 was the first right here, what we broke down, which I still like. We just need to get back up over these wicks here. I just purchased those contracts on Tesla 192.5 right here at 140. Meta, holy fuck. Microsoft going to 480, or excuse me, 408. Microsoft, yeah, Microsoft's, bro, listen, if this fucker gives you 2 times to go and be a hell of a lot better than you were just sitting in a, bro, listen, like I said, if you would have gone, nope, that's not what I want right now, Xbox, get the fuck off my shit. Thank you. I don't even know why I have the app on my phone or on my computer, regardless. $192. So if you would have thrown $600 or excuse me, $500, no, still wrong. $800 and bought 100 contracts of, now I know that's fucking ridiculous for anybody to just do that, but I'm saying, like, if you had the ability to run a play like that, your $800 investment would be roughly $19,200 if Microsoft breaks up and goes to the top side of like 410. So, I mean, just kind of fucking spitballing here. I just made a car, but fuck Meta. Meta needs to get smacked in the teeth. However, Tesla's gonna go and do the hibbity dibbity for me real quick. Where's Microsoft? Is Microsoft gonna pull back and give me that buy two one time for the one time? Guys, if you're needing any issues on Tesla, your 182 is easy. But I can show you why I'm buying in the places I am. Look at Apple. Apple did the same shit. We dropped low and then immediate green rebound. Why do you think I'm buying right here on Tesla? Anybody want to raise their hand? Those 195s are looking crispy. Oh yeah, Daddy talked to me one time. I'm trying to fill at 88. I did just fill at 88 for the 195s. Whoops. Netflix chilling. What is this? That would be what's Toots. I have one more buy on the 195 calls on Tesla for next week at 65 a contract. I don't think they're going to be able to get there, but that would be if they pressed into that 181.94 area real quick. I want to just have an open or a buy there. And if that fills, I will own $100 contracts at 195. So, sure you guys could do the math on that one. Microsoft is 409. Let's just say I bought all of those contracts on Tesla where this is right now. 86. I still would have over 3 monthly mortgage payments or 4 monthly normal the normal mortgage payment would probably be what, $2,500. There's probably 4 of those in my Tesla position on a secondary account right now. Apple is the canary in the fucking coal mine right here. Not to mention Microsoft. Touch me. Fuck yes. Not to hey, let's talk about it one time, because right now that fucking thing double dipped. If I swear to fucking God, if this thing came down twice and let you go and fucking hop on and you didn't, I don't know how to help you. I don't. I'm sorry, but I fucking don't. Go back and clip it. Tell me I'm wrong. That's a beautiful fucking play, and if you're on it, yeah, congratulations. Yeah. Shout out Dr. Disrespect. I'm the fucking two-time around here, bud. Holy shit, back-to-back blockbuster fucking champions right here. Holy shit, buddy. Let's go. Get worked. Get over that 40, and that's going. This is more than likely going to start climbing. And the reason why I thought, oh, yeah, why could it get to a $200 a contract? Well, not only because of its 200 EMA, but because when you go and get Microsoft close to the money here at that 1250, these contracts next week, $400 or $500. This week, they're about $250 if they go into the money. So if you were able to pick those up while they were 7 or 8 cents, and you were able to go and sell them for right around that 192 area, which I think that like could have very possibly happened if, and I did account for the theta, like $60 worth of theta almost. That would have made you 192 fucking dollars on or excuse me. Yeah, if you would have sold at 200, that's a $50 move in theta that I even still gave, thinking that I'll take 200. If it goes to 250, I'll take 200 on $8. I'm not going to be fucking stingy, and you're an asshole if you do. But you would have made 192 fucking dollars per contract if you went and put $100 or $800 into that. Right now, you'd have $19,200 fucking dollars, guys. I'm not joking. Do the math. It's fucking disgusting. And can I get a, oh yeah? Let's fucking go. That's dirty right there. That's fucking dirty. Cheers to everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying the market here. We got that Apple bounce beautifully into the 182. I think 185 is not unheard of. What I think is interesting here is now, if you've been around the channel, I've gone and talked about sequential movements. And these sequential movements are, you have Apple go first, and then you go and look at something like Google, where Google's now holding that 40 into the 133, trying to hold the 40, getting above VWAP here. If it gets above VWAP, aren't we effectively doing the same fucking shit that we're doing everywhere else? Tesla, why is Tesla getting so much dick right now, looking like Riley Reid and shit? Hey baby, get your fucking ass off the ground one time, all right? Clap it for me with no hands, because right now the SPY is looking for this trend that we've shown you as bullish fucking momentum. It's also got the 200 VWAP, our 20 MA, and we have the 10 coming to hook down. We're looking to go get our 96 and our 50 EMAs here that have been keeping us down since pre-market. Right here. Very, I want to see this continue right here. I would like my fucking charts to wake up. Appreciate you. Nice little trend here in the can't speak. In the macro, or excuse me, in the micro view of what's popping right here. If you go and think of this, yes, this is a straight line, and yes, this indicator is not going to move in a straight line. However, look at how it's trending. These indicators are trending down this way. If you break to the upside, that means that you're going to go and more than likely need a retest. Tesla, however, is doing a little something right here on the 15. I want these contracts for 65 a contract. I still have that buy, and the reason why is because I think that you're going to go and try to get a little push into the 181 here. So I want this 64, 65 break. I don't know why. It's just a number that comes to my mind as soon as I think of what happens to Tesla's stock price. It's just something that kind of gets priced in, I guess. It's just something that happens very quickly. Just YOLO'd into... No. Those better be for next fucking week. At $11. What are you doing? Why? Like it might fucking work. That's the sad part, is it might work. You might just go and hold right here at 192.69, but like you're exposing yourself to way too much fucking risk, dumbass. And you know that. I don't usually abuse all of the viewers quite like I do GTA, so don't think that's usual, but GTA deserves this one. And he needs that hold of 192.66 more than he's ever fucking known on the IWM here. And you're really stupid for that. And it's probably going to work for him. That's the crazy part, and it blows my mind when he does this shit. It's just it's unnecessary risk. Like, you could get the same fucking effect with IWM into the, let's say, a little bit safer. You can get the same fucking effect going at the 200. If you get the 200 break within 5 days, those contracts are going to do the same shit, and they're actually cheaper than the 11. Oh, we only got down to the 77 there. Come on, Tesla, you dumb bitch. SPY trying to go and come out of the top of this wedge here. I like the fact that we pulled back this hard. It gives us this is basically just buying, in my opinion. People buying up. The market was just selling shares right here because of the fucking data. Now you're getting a beautiful hold of the 200, buyers stepping in. You're gonna learn today, bitch. It is fuck around and find out Friday. Shout out to Miss Brina Bree. 192.40G, you need that. Get Doc, I just fucked up. What happened? I just bought 4. Okay, what about it? Seems like it's a pretty good fucking idea to me. We'll get no Vaseline in the couch cushion. If you are just starting on options, use Robinhood, not Weevil. That's fair. I don't go and promote anything about that fucking dumbass company, though. There's Tesla bouncing. It didn't go and fill, but it is going and running right back up to that support. Let's see if it goes and tries to reject us one time. It might give us the theta push from the rollover, but what you're looking at right here is nothing other than pure support and pure green bullish momentum here on Meta. You're taking the right steps to get back up over your trends here. Doc, do you not have fucking day trades or something? Doc, if you have day trades, those options are not going to be. I was telling people earlier that the 415s would probably go and drop underneath that $7, and the 412s were more than likely going to go around $13 before they started ripping. But I thought that there is a very easy way to make money off of Microsoft into the 415 today. But I said to buy 412.5, which I'm sure you know because you said that you fucked up. But I still think sentiment-wise, Doc, you're still okay as long as you have. I meant to get them for next week. Fair play. Okay. Do you have a day trade? Micro hard and Nidara. Is that a Pokemon? Doc, you're gonna be looking for your first hardest green candle, and I'll show you why. If you get the ability to look at your options like this, and this is why I always go and I usually keep 4 charts out. But I try to go and show people how options work. When you take the option that you're playing with and the stock price that you're looking at, this is a 212 or 212.5 call. These are looking very, very nice because they are closer to the money when you start to move. However, if we wanted to go and even look at, let's look at these. These are, okay, we were discussing them while they were at $7 earlier this morning. These are now 14, got to 20. So you're looking to hold that $12 now. You're trying to get over 17. So your problem right here is going to be the $17 area, excuse me, the 17 cent area, which is $17 per contract. You're looking at trying to get support here. There is resistance here. And if you get through, you're off to the races. And I would immediately look somewhere into this. This denomination to start exiting. Right here and right here. The reason being is because you've got 2 green fucking candles that stopped on a dime right here at the 32. Just seems very odd that the 32 would be there because it seems like this is where they're going to want to go technically speaking. But if you apply theta into a contract this late, you could potentially see the 32 cents. So if Microsoft, the reason why I think Microsoft could potentially get to about 30 is because I don't know that these contracts are going to just lose it, but that's where I would be comfortable to go. Because if Microsoft is going to go and do the higher high and the higher low here, and we're going to get the ability to say Tesla's going to go up or bounce from 183.5 here. SPY is going to go and continue and try to break into the 490.80, 491 and try to use that 491.63 like I've been yelling all fucking morning. You know, it's going to be a beautiful fucking day in the neighborhood, and you're going to see Microsoft effectively start to pull into that 414 area. The problem is that you have an overlying trend over your stock price. So effectively, this trend right here is saying, nah, fuck you. And I'll show you. This trend is the first place. We just broke this one. That's one we're trying to use for support now, which also happens to be right here. You're finding two places of support. You're trying to create one right here. And you're trying to go and use this area right here as a as a foothold to get to this. This purple one right here is where you're trying to go, because if you're only consolidating here, you might have a little bit of weakness. But if you're way up here and setting a higher high and not giving a fuck, there's nobody that can stop you at that point, and you're still trying to go and trend high. You did exactly what you needed to that I was bitching about all yesterday. This is called a break and a retest. You're looking for the greenest possible candle because look, isn't it weird how this correlates with that $17-18 area while Microsoft is trying to break the fuck out right now and Tesla is trying to go and the SPY is moving to the upside outside of this wedge that I was just showing you. It's also using this wedge as it's trying to leave the wedge. It's using it with, trying to use it with enough bullish momentum to go right there. It wants to go right there, and it wants to go and just sit right on top of it. It might want to run directly to 191.20, but it wants to respect that area for a second. The reason being is because it doesn't want to run and get too fucking exaggerated so that it goes and gets counterpunched into the fucking blips. You want it to go and just bust that area to where we hold just like that. And now look, the top of this candle, you don't want to go and fucking fly. You want to come back and consolidate and hang out and just make sure that we're holding these areas. You don't want to freak out right now. You want this pullback that everybody's jumping on the upside to. Now Tesla's going over VWAP right here on this yellow line. You're now seeing this contract, which is that Microsoft contract that you own. You're seeing that because Microsoft is putting in very, very solid candles. The reason why you're seeing this flicker to the upside is because this right here is sentiment from the buyers that are stepping in. You can see it right here. You have more buyers at 13. Well, you're selling into SPY's moving. So SPY's going to come back in a second, but you're looking very, very nice. You have very, very good support. You have a wick into a wick top here. Wick. When they touch, they usually go and hold those areas at 418.80. Excuse me, 408.80. But very, very nice. You might get a wick down into that 408.50 to just crack that 10 EMA right there. Just get a little push and then come back to the upside. It hit the top of the candle wick right there. Oh, it still didn't want to give it to me. That's strength right there, though. I like it. SPY's pulling back. What you need to make sure of, though, is while SPY is pulling back, you're not giving back on the overall market. But your structure right here that you were talking, or that I was talking about, that you need to pay attention to, you're trying to use this as structure now. So you went and broke above it. You didn't go and try to disrespect the shit out of it. You tried to run above it, and now you're trying to hold the top of this 13 candle. 13 candles, or the 13-cent candle here, happens to also correlate with the 50 EMA on this contract and VWAP. There's two indicators right there that are very, very important, with the structure underneath you and SPY doing a break and a retest. We are breaking over the resistance of this fucking wedge here. It's retesting the wedge. The same fucking correlation of the 50 MA purple and the 96 EMA. It breaks, wicks down, holds candle. I'll wait. This is the fucking level that we're wanting to hold here, right here. Main fucking level. See? Wicks down, 5-minute candle, wicks down, holds. Breaking and retesting. You want this candle to now close above your fucking break that you were using. Tesla options are probably going and doing a little something. I don't think I went and filled at 195. We can go and give it a look. But yeah, I'm not sitting here fucking just watching my phone and going, oh my god, oh my god, oh my, like, no. IWM though is doing exactly what GTA, fucking Jesus Christ, I hate you so much if you actually make this work. IWM is starting to go and get some pressure to the upside. He might actually make that work. Right there, Microsoft hitting off support again. Holding on the SPY. You're looking either to go and average down this contract's going to be probably 8 cents. Yep. Man, that's beautiful. Microsoft is literally going and using, this might be just a beautiful situation here. SPY still continuing to push back, but it's fucking weird how that's where it wants to go, and that's where it wants to go and have this fucking argument. It's gonna go and try to go and close low to freak people out. The more that it wants to go and do that, gives me more sentiment to the upside, considering that if they wanted this to go to the downside, they would have sat here and fucking let it ride right into this little support level and then consolidated here and tried to make it look like a bear flag or like something was moving. Right now, they're trying to scare you, but right this second, you're sitting here into serious support. This is a very, very beautiful look on your indicators, on your 95, on your 50. This is where people lose trades because they don't go and stick with the fucking sentiment they had because they're watching, ooh, I'm getting rejected. You're not getting rejected. You're coming back and filling people's fucking orders that want to go to the moon, bitches. Wake up. I already filled out 60% of the entire position, thank God. Great fucking play, but Jesus. Just filled 60%. You're an asshole. Congratulations. Love you to death, but holy fuck. That's wild. That's wild. I don't think it's unreal to go and see that this is doing a break and a retouch. Like, if I'm fucking crazy here, I might be fucking crazy, but like, this is a break and a retouch on Microsoft. Sorry. Tesla's going for support at 183.5. Everybody's in their brother right now is saying, oh my God, 180. No, bro, you're going to be at like fucking broke by the end of the day if you think that. There's the SPY. Told you that candle was going to try to close underneath. Guys, I like, it's not this isn't me trying to go and brag or say, look, I fucking told you so. Like, I'm just as impressed that this shit happens as reliable as I get it to work. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just as impressive every single time that it doesn't matter what the fuck is going on. It doesn't matter what piece of news or how bad shit is or how great things are. It has nothing to do with news. It just doesn't. It has to do with psychology. It's how it makes you. It's how it makes you. It's supposed to be how it makes you feel. Like you're not going and trying to. With a piece of news, you're trying to create either fear or animosity or positive shit or a positive sentiment. Like, you're trying to go and create something whenever you go and put a piece of news out. But the technicals go and try to show you exactly what they want you to think right now. SPY is its support. Just to let you know, I always go and say, like, whenever you want a stock price to go up and get above something, you want it to go and feel it out and kind of like just gently tap where you want it to go. What I mean by that is right here, you're wanting to go right here to the SPY and get up and over this candle. I told you where you were going to go. This candle went and closed high, and now they're trying to go and pull this candle back into this wedge. But this is trying to give the sentiment of like, it's going to go and crater back into the into VWAP and into the 200, and I just don't fucking think so. I just don't. Maybe it's me just being a fucking asshole. That's probably what got me here. So I'm not buying their fucking shit today. I'm not letting them go and tell me on Fuck Around and Find Out Friday that the SPY is going to shit the bed under four. No. Nope. No, thank you. That's why we have a little bit of our hands in everything. We were looking at those those contracts at 95, or excuse me, at 65 here. Hopefully we get this fill. This is a beautiful situation that we have pressed down. Those contracts are at 15 a contract again. Let's see how far those 412s traveled. Up to 54 a contract. Like now they're way back. Like if you're running a spread on this contract right now, you're making millions. That's as simple as that. Look at this wick right here. Why? Go and explain this to me. If I have a support line here and it's just something that, like, let's just give me some fucking benefit of the doubt and say that that's actually support and you have no fucking idea anyway else. Look at this candle by itself right here on the SPY. You go and blow through your 50 and your 96 EMA, drop through and wick down, but still go and close that candle high over the 96. You're doing the exact same thing, and now you have that go to a support line, which looks to me that all of this right here is buying support. So am I concerned? Not even a little bit, because it's probably going to go right here and go right here into the 490.50 and try to bounce. It's now getting its indicator. 490.66 is looking beautiful. Made an order to sell at 21 because I've learned that lesson. Right. Doc, I love to see it. But look at this one, like $16 into 32 is 100%. If you were able to go and get this bounce, this is why I say don't go and throw all your eggs into one basket, because I can make 100% on options all day, every day. It's twice on fucking Sunday. It's not a cocky thing. It's really fucking easy. If you can trade a normal stock, you can trade these fucking contracts. People are just so worried about, ooh, contracts or ooh, options. They're going to lose your whole portfolio. Did you hear about the fucking kid that killed himself? Like, that's all I hear when people ask about options. And in reality, it's a smarter way to invest when you don't have the liquidity of $170 million in a fucking hedge fund or some crazy shit like that. Or like, if you're not a corporate trader or whatever, like it's if you're able to go and have decent risk management, and you're able to go and stop being fucking greedy, your life becomes extremely easy, guys. Like, we can sit here and sit until I'm blue in the face. I can put up 100% options every day. I do it every fucking day that we're here. If you take a smidge of that 100% every single time, and just do the right thing, I promise you, it's the same fucking thing as when you go and take a penny and double it 30 times, or take $1 million. If somebody came up to you and said, I'll give you $1 million or a penny that doubles every day for a fucking for 30 days, if you're the person that takes the million, you better have a really good fucking answer of why you're gonna go and give them 320 racks or whatever the fuck the difference is. Because with a penny that doubles every 30 days, it's actually 1.3 million or something like that. So compounding interest and passive income is what you should be focused on creating, with dividends and taking your little pieces at a time and putting them all in one bigger fucking puzzle, and then dropping that fucking puzzle on J Pow's lips or something like that. But like, you got to do it in the correct area and have a reason to do it. Dr. I always buy options in multiples. I set a sell order in a predetermined level, usually 100%, for one half of my options. Capital preservation. Volatility swings are hard to catch live. You're absolutely correct. And not to mention that he's at fucking work. Like, he doesn't have the ability to go and sit there on his phone and go, "What'd you say, boss? Huh? No, hold on a minute. I got something." Like, he doesn't have that ability to go and get into the trade. So he just throws the shit up there. If it hits, it hits. Not a flex, but he hits about 80%. And that might be on a light look. He hits about 80%, not in profit. He hits about 100% profit 80% of the time. That might be fair. That might be a fair assessment, because right now the SPY's going to 192 and taking my fucking titties out for me. Let's go. Let's go. Like and subscribe with your grandmother's lips. Send it to a friend. I need to touch a few more people this week. I don't know, because this is nasty. We got out of every single one of our puts, and we're getting the one fucking number that I was telling everybody. Does anybody remember the SPY number that I was giving out earlier? Can anybody just go and let me know? I already said it, Bree. I already let them know. Very, very beautiful call out, by the way. Oh, Nunya. 491.63. I believe I said it one time. So, you know, he had to. I don't think I said it in a drastic fashion. I think I may have said it just like 40 times. Somebody go and talk to me nice and tell me where the fuck that wick is. And you think, oh, but Enzo, 491.63 is what you said. Give it a second. Because we're not having to go to 491.63. We need to go through it, because we need to go through it and mount it. So I'm not concerned about the fact that we went to 491.60. Like I said, when you go to make a move to the upside, you need to respect the people that you're stepping on as you're stepping on them. Microsoft is looking back to the green side of this trend line, back towards our upward trend that we were looking at. Tesla is looking in to put a support bottom here, and we're going to be looking to go and use that 183.73 as a substantial foothold to reach up, grab up top of, and stick our foot in and start walking. While we do that, you're going to see the market continuing to move. And the reason why I was explaining that the SPY needed to go through that is because it did. That is exactly what's happening. I'm letting you guys know minutes before this shit's happening. If keep in mind that most traders have to do this within seconds of looking at the chart and have to enter in things where they're looking at it so fucking hard and so confused and so, like, chill the fuck out, first of all, and look at what you're looking at. Zoom out, take in the data, find highs, find lows, find your resistance areas, and go to town. But right now, you're looking like a fucking snack pack that smiles back. And Tesla's going to try to give you one green one right here. Do it for me one time on that Tesla 15-minute candle, and I'll suck you dick. SPY's not playing. Microsoft's not playing. Here's those contracts. Not playing. 9-3, best hand in fucking poker. That's where these contracts are. We did buy those at 93 because I also bought them at 98 and 107, I believe. Let's go and actually look at what those contracts, just so that everybody knows what are. Okay, so we have Tesla 195 calls at 101 a contract. My contract average is 101 on those, which are down 9%. Not that big of a deal. We have that buy at 65 a contract or whatever, but it did not want to get there. But do you see why I put that buy in? It's kind of a fail safe. If like I found a level of support that I like, if I can go and get the absolute send candle, or the one dickhead that's fearing what's going on or misclicks or whatever, I can go and fill my fucking contracts. Sammy Sosa's to that poor guy, and I don't have to necessarily worry about it. The SPY isn't worried about shit. The SPY is saying I'm right around and I'm getting it right now. Does not give a shit, right? Like, look, man, this is the only thing I know how to do. Busy afternoon, may have bailed early, but just unloaded the rest. Oh, you have a good day. You have a beautiful day. Try not to get in any shit. Don't go have too much fun if you get out early either. I'm going to step over to the cultivation here in a little bit. But guys, I was talking 493s because it's the best hand in fucking poker. Because right now the SPY is at 492 and a half. Those are in the money within an hour and a half? I have those for 5 days. 5 days out. ¿Adonde? Nanya, you have a beautiful, beautiful day. Try to let us know how the rest of your day goes. Hopefully it's positive. You know, and if it's not, you know, call me. I'll make the drive 2 hours away. I'll come fold somebody's ass. I haven't done that in a while. I have no problem keeping that pimp hand strong, because Meta's about to go and baby powder my hand for me. Like real shit. Look, guys, we literally went and had a push down into support, an immediate velocity back to the top side to go and say, nah, bitch, you're not going to put me there. You're not going to go and put me back into the 200. I'm valid. I'm valid over the 406. Eat a dick. That's what it says. It's what this stock price, like, look at it as a conversation or somebody with a fucking personality. Like, think of it as me. If you go and look at every stock price, think of it as me. You either have downside pressure, which, I'm not afraid of heights, but like you start throwing me off of a fucking building, I might say some saucy shit. You know what I mean? but I'm also gonna stay I'm also gonna fight my ass to make sure that I stay on that fucking platform if I have the ability to. Right now, I fought my ass off. If I'm Microsoft in this physical construct, 403.91 is support. Yeah, I got pushed around. I got pushed down into the 200, but I didn't get fucking launched off to where you saw me just shit my pants $3. You watched it go right into support, and I held up right here on this platform. Did I give every inch of that platform? You're goddamn right I did. But I like to keep the body guessing. You know what I mean? I'm you know, Microsoft likes it nasty. Look at the fucking SPY. Like I'm literally I'm fucking one of those free throw games. Like, god damn. Let's go. Speaking of, oh, I wonder if that shit's working. Hold on a minute. I started arguing with the fucking what's this bitch's name again? Yeah, I started arguing with this lady again. But I did figure out how to do one thing, which kind of applies here. Let's go. I wonder if you guys, yeah, you guys are seeing that. That's cool shit. That's a generic fucking message, so don't go and I don't know who the fuck that guy is or that whatever, but like I don't know who the dummy whatever is. Obviously that's the baby, but I don't know who that ass like predetermined message is. It doesn't make any sense. But I'm trying to get that audio to work. Like 10 minutes? What about 10 minutes? Oh yeah, Google 149s. I'm about to go and pick up Tesla 65s. Like I said, if I do hit these contracts at 65, I'll own over 100 Teslas for next week. And that's just the secondary portfolio. I'll probably go and pick up a decent amount of like leaps or something like that. Maybe some Tesla, like, because keep in mind, guys, I go and play like an asshole because I work extremely hard to go and put my money in situations that have the best opportunities to make me something around 100%. But just because I want to make 100% on my investment does not mean that I'm willing to go, and when it's a large sum of money, I'm not willing to go and give risk assessment for opportunity. Just because you have something that could go to the fucking moon doesn't mean you go and overextend yourself to try to make up the difference. That's what's called jerking off with sandpaper and shitting in your hands and clapping. It's not gonna work for you. But if I'm like looking at something different, I'd probably look into probably somewhere around my birthday, something kind of low volume. Tesla's probably filling my contracts right about now around those 195s. And if they're not, they better be. I don't want to have to scroll it out for them. What did GTA just say? I can't get 195s, but looking around 200. You think 200? Well, I mean, let's look at it, G. Right here, you have a very, very good amount of volume and open interest in these contracts, and you do also have very nice open interest above you as well here into the 220. These contracts only go to the 250 area, and I think that's kind of just an odd thought Um, I don't know how many times I can go and tell you I've been right about this offhand, but I probably 7, 8 times that I've noticed stocks that all of a sudden have like a really, really nasty ability to pull back, also have a really, really good fucking ability to run the stop sign of the highest contracts that they own. Or that, excuse me, that print on them, just because AMC did it. And when I watched it the first time, it was because they were trying to go, and I want to say it was the $10 contracts. And then the next day it ran where they made like I think it was 10, 11, 12, and they gave those contracts out. But then we ripped through those areas and we didn't have anything above 20. So once we started moving, they had to go and then create those contracts. So it was almost another way for them to to handcuff the smaller investor, because at that point those options I think were thousands and thousands of dollars by the time they started going through 20 like that. But the reason I say that is because Tesla does not have a lot of room here in the next 2 weeks. 250 is way up there, don't get me wrong. But like, assuming that you go and get a really, really nice bull run, and let's say the fucking bond yields go and drop below 4% and the markets start to rip. Oh, by the way, earnings was fucking nasty this week. Just, just food for fucking thought, because these, 7 days later, have the ability to go to 345. Not saying that they will, and not saying that like you ever go and look at options like this and think, oh yeah, I'm gonna go spend money at that. But it's very, very interesting to me how they have all these 300s. I don't know, just food for thought. But you're seeing people going and purchasing or trading these contracts regardless. So your best bet is to probably go and look into, if you're going to look into something like that for next week, you're looking at a price of like 38 contracts anyway, 38 a contract anyway. You go and put yourself at a better spot and give yourself more time if you're worried about it. I think putting yourself underneath more money and more volume, open interest wise, there's 30,000 people, or excuse me, 30,000 contracts at 220 on Tesla. Do I want to be at 220? God, no, absolutely fucking not. I want to be right in the middle of like a decently volatile area, which 210 is a huge volatility area. 207.5 is exactly the same amount of payment of like a 7 day away, which is more risky. What was it? 202. So if you get, like, you don't want to go and worry about getting to that price target. What you're worried about is how is it going to get there, and where's the volatility going to come from to create that price movement to the upside. The only way that you're going to do that is by going and seeing the price jump from 197.5, 198 into the 199. Once it goes into the 200, that contract's probably 100%, 200% easy. But you need to go and get a decent movement. So it's obviously not going to be as volatile that I guess, as you're used to. But here's the thought. At any point in time after you've watched Tesla all week get fucked on, right? That's 14 days of a ticket basically standing there like an asshole. What happens if Tesla just decides to go and fucking all of a sudden, right? I understand there's a lot of fucking bullshit going on with Elon. I understand there's a lot of bullshit going on with Tesla in general. Just assume that Tesla goes and reacts the way that every other stock in the market has right now when it comes to earnings. That's gone. Like 205 is not even a question. So that's 14 days of you holding a $55 contract with the risk assessment of having the ability to say, if Tesla goes this way, it's not going to go down. That contract's going to go up faster with much less than it would going down right now because of how fucked on that is in the last, what, 7 or 8 days. That's probably fluctuated and been all over the place, but that's probably gone and made a very, very good amount of money. Gert is talking to me about, oh, okay, right. One of the homies right now is throwing a call out for a Brandon Ayuk touchdown, telling me to lock it in. You know what? I don't know why. First touchdown from Brandon Ayuk. Is this kid fucking retarded? Do you not know McCaffrey is fucking in San Francisco? Okay. All right, dude. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck, but we're keeping it voluptuous here. GTA, be smart about your money, kid. Let it come to you. Don't go and try to hit anything perfect. Let your shit, let the market create your sentiment. Don't go and try to follow into a trend. Try to go and find an area where you're able to go and say, I'm at support or I'm at resistance. And then let it go past that point that you were just telling yourself, no, that was support. And then start buying. Tesla, right? For instance, right this second, I'm good on my charts. I like anything lower than 183. That's why I continue to fucking buy the shit. That's why I continue to have a buy spot underneath these 195. I just want the fuckers at $65 a piece because I'm an asshole and I want to average down before they go up. But do I only want to pay what? Do I only want to average down to 80 when I could average down to 73 if they were able to go and fill those 65s? I've already averaged down to 90 or 96 or something like that. So I'm really fucking not concerned. Like, if they give me the $10 that I just went and, like, I'm going to make that $10 back so quickly it's not even funny whenever these contracts go back up to the upside and regain the 88-cent mark and just go. The overall market's moving to the upside. Tesla usually goes and has a situation where it just, like, it doesn't want to move. And then when the SPY's done and wants to consolidate, it usually just goes and craters after that. That's what they're trying to show you on Tesla. But that's not what's going to happen on Tesla. The RSI is at 26, guys. On the RSI is the relative strength index. What that means is that its relative strength over a 6-day and a 14-day period between the numbers of 70 and 30, 70 being extremely, like, everybody and their brother has this shit, so it's probably going to come back a little bit. It can get well over 70, don't get me wrong, but the closer it is to 0 and the higher it is to 100, those aren't good. And the fact that we're underneath 30 right now, which is the given metric of using an RSI, which I don't give a fuck about the given metric. I'm using it just as an overall metric of the last 60, or excuse me, of the last 6 days. I take Tesla here because I'm underneath my RSI. I'm underneath my VWAP. I'm underneath my 50 EMA. I'm underneath my 96 EMA. Why not go to my indicators? I bought calls and didn't do predictions. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Oh, I should have done predictions on Apple. Yeah, you guys. I think I actually had didn't I have these at 175 for next week? Fuck yeah, buddy. Those are gonna go to 160 and bounce. Give me one time. Spit in my mouth one time, Tesla. Microsoft, where you at? I want these. Probably not gonna get there, but look, Robinhood, you dumb bitch. Give me my fucking Meta contract or my Microsoft contracts at 161 and not $1 more. I'll smack your lips. I'm giving it. I'm understanding Microsoft that you need to make money. Robinhood, that you need to make money on those contracts. I'm ready to make money on these contracts, but give them to me at 160 and take the fucking $10 that you're gonna rate me into 150, and then just fucking eat a dick and take the fucking contracts to the goddamn moon. But like, take your 10, go take that 10% to the big guy or whoever the fuck you're jerking off, and then let my fucking contracts go. That's it. That's all we need. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Let's see. Where's Birdie Hunter talking about fucking 30-year treasury yields? Let's go. See, this man knows what the fuck is about to happen. Birdie Hunter, did you hear what I was saying about the 30-year government bonds this morning? You might not. I know that you're very, very well versed in the bonds and yield side of things, and especially the government side of things. But I was telling everybody, and it's written right here on my notes, right up at the top. If we get below 4% on the 30-year government bonds, market's going to rip. IWM relies on interest rates and watch the 30-year bond yields to break 200. Small caps would fucking absolutely lose their mind if that was the case. Not to say it makes an absolute like a 10% move on all stock. That's not what I'm talking about. But like, you're going to see the Russell definitely start to go and get involved, I think, which I'm all fucking for. So the two buy limits the purchase limits that we're trying to fill right now is Tesla 195 calls at 65 a contract. Right now they're between 85 and 86. I want Microsoft at 115, nope, excuse me, at 415 calls for next week. I want those to fill at 161. $415 calls to fill for 161. Yeah. Those are currently at 192 and 195. So definitely got a little ways to go, but I'm not going and thinking that just because I have the sentiment that Microsoft, it could, even though they're at 190 right now, the sentiment isn't so much that I think that Microsoft's going to pull back. So I can show you, for instance, because these contracts are just fucking pissing me off right now. This is the 115. Let's just go and look at Microsoft as a stock. This right here is the reason why. Right, like on fucking cue. You're seeing red candles, right? And you're seeing a little bit of a bounce, but you're seeing Microsoft make a significant move and you're not really seeing much of anything. You're going right back into the bottom of this drop right here at 193. The reason being is because that right there, in a very, very layman's term, see how Microsoft is fucking firing through the top side right now, but you're really kind of not getting the big move that you need to go and recapture that $214 area because of theta. So what I'm kind of banking on with my 165 purchase is that we go and just transfer over to where we run sideways just a little bit and consolidate while we're in this little pattern. You have the trend of the top, or trend over the top here. That's the one that I'm looking to break to really feel good about potentially rerunning the high and going bullish from there. But you are also looking at the fact that this, like, you have a bunch of red momentum here. And all you really need is a little bit of help on Microsoft, or a little bit of a foothold in the game already. So prior it put together these candles. All it needs to do is just get out of this first. All it needs is just to get to the top side of this little downtrend, because that's the first thing right now that it's having to battle or have a conversation with. And you see that it's losing every time so far. When it doesn't, you're going to see a green candle, and then you're going to see this go and try to close inside and hold that 480 or 408 area, or potentially even just go and hold these two candles right here. Sometimes you have to zoom in and zoom out, but this is just what's happening in the 5 minutes right now. This is why this candle, or right here, is the reason why this stock price is either going to go above and hold 408.05, or it's going to come down and reevaluate 407.41. It's just happening in a very, very, like, if you don't have the fucking lines here, it just looks like we're consolidating sideways. But you can go and judge the fucking timing of whatever move is about to happen with the technicals that it's going to have to run. You either are going to go and have to take this shit up to 408.70 and hold the bitch over the fucking blue line, or you come down to 407.67 and you suck a dick. You just sit there. You literally sit there. You're doing the same shit. Like, it's going to give you exactly what it does every time: a break and a retest. If it does not want to come out right there, go back and look at your support. What I would go and think that they would do right here is go and reject off of this area, try to go and act like they're going to retest that the 50 EMA, wick off of it and not be able to do a fucking thing to it, because there's a lot of momentum here on Microsoft. Point blank simple. Birdie Hunter, I agree completely. Wait a moment. Maybe today after lunch or somewhere next week. What did he say? Wait. Oh, you're saying the for the IWM to break over the 200. That would be very, very beautiful. I think the SPY is going to go and try to help you out here. Also, the Qs were also a bit interesting. If anybody could go and just fucking humble me real quick. What does it say right there, right over the SPY? There's literally only a couple of fucking numbers written on there, ladies and gents. SQs 428, SPY 491.63. Oh, I didn't even go and I didn't even go and start being an asshole about that yet. I didn't even start going being an asshole about that yet. Look at the fucking call outs, boys. Oh yeah, look at it. Just fucking actually look at that. How much you need? You need an hour? You need 2 hours? Because I got you. I got you fucking literally 2 hours time. I got you enough time to go and prepare to get where you needed. Gather up all your fucking homies and let you know exactly where we were coming to spin the block. You know what I mean? Like, that's a beautiful, that right there is exactly why I do this. That's exactly why. Is because there's nobody that can fucking tell me shit right now. There's not one. And it's not because it's a cockiness thing or anything like that. It's because if I'm even concerned about my own fucking technical ability to go and trade a stock and make money from it, I just win. What's the name of that game? It's called I Win. Because we did the research. We knew what was going to happen today. It's about sticking with the fucking sentiment, not let them push you to the downside and get you out of the sentiment that we needed to go and transfer into. I didn't think that we were going to go and have the earnings that we did. Granted, the fact that we had the earnings that we did, if anybody was bearish or going, oh, Enzo, but you were bearish all week. Yeah, you're goddamn right I was. And I also made money every step of the fucking way. Yeah, are you entertained, GTA? I appreciate you. But that's the thing is it's a I sat here. I told you when I took my 60% loss, I watched I went and watched what 4 or 5 people go and say you're fucking nuts. And I went and ended up turning that into a profit within the end of the day into FOMC. I went and created several 100% options every day except for yesterday because I wasn't here. I do apologize. But yes, I was holding puts and made money all fucking week on puts. It was no longer profitable, in my opinion, to stay into puts for the time being, especially how long I had my contract. That's as simple as that. So whenever I have a sentiment change, you guys are the first fucking people to know. But I'm not going to come to you and say, here's my sentiment change, but I really don't have a fucking idea why. You know what I mean? Have no fucking idea, not even a little bit of why. I'm just going to go and throw it out there. No, I'm telling you why. I'm giving you data. And now I'm telling you that Microsoft is stop hunting to support. This was the whole reason that we were here, was this yellow line, remember? Every single time we get red, we have gone and bought back up and closed the candle. Right here. Every single time underneath the yellow line, everything just stops and says, nah, fuck you, we're not going under 407. Go ahead and stop hunt it. Go ahead, let it go. You'll get 407.55 and like it. SPY's going. And just to let you know, It went off of 491.63. That feels good. That feels fucking good. Like, if you're a retail trader, you've been fucked on because you have not had an idea of what the fuck is happening in the market. You read a piece of news to try to get some real shit from somebody that you feel is in a place to go and tell you any better. However, that piece of news has been bought by the company that's trying to go and sell you the fucking contracts or the shares that they're telling you that they're selling short. Seems like a conflict of interest to me. But hey, 407.55. We were just, never mind. It works. And I'm almost sorry that it works, just because like I'm the wrong person to give this gift to, honestly. However the fuck I see the market to do this, I'm the wrong person to give it to, because I won't nearly do half of the amount of good that could be done. But like, it's wasted on me because it's something that is impressive on a numbers scale, but it happens every day. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, it sucks because whenever I hit 100%, I don't give a fuck if it's 100% or 600%, or if it's $500,000 or a $30 trade. I'm fucking lit. I am absolutely ecstatic every time I hear the thing go ding and tell me that my fucking shit just left. Okay, peace. I know that I just made 100%. Who wants to go and have breakfast? Waffle House. Let's go. Like, whatever you want to do. Just be disciplined enough to do it for like 30 fucking days. Go put your sell limits out there for 100%. I guarantee you, you'll be impressed. SPY is having a little bit of resistance here over the top of this trend that I had seen. When is this? I only have a few lines, sorry. Yeah, so I saw this trend here from the other day that we were looking at that I thought was kind of ass. Reason I thought it was kind of shit was because we found a support area and I didn't know that we were good there. I wanted the breakdown of that, but I didn't think that we were going to go and get the fall off of 485. Whatever this was, I think it was the earnings. Keep in mind that I was bearish all fucking week because that right there, because of that right fucking there is why. Because the market absolutely shit its pants overnight because of Google, and even with Microsoft up whatever it was, 10% or 7%. You've got to be fucking joking if you think having calls into earnings as important as these was a good idea until much later. We still have great earnings on a bunch of different shit, and we're still struggling to go and push new highs and shit. Like, we need to continue in the places like Microsoft, which looks like it's about to try to go and do that. Setting up, it's trying to go for its pre-market high of 71.30 area. Microsoft's coming right back into support, looking nice over the 96. Tesla doing literally fuck all, not a thing. I would probably guarantee you, I'll put my left nut on this one just because, like, let's play some, let's get risky. money's not a thing when you go and are able to make it a little bit at a time that goes and substantially creates your structure of your trading portfolio. If you can understand trading with $25,000, happy Friday, all just opened a bottle of white Rougeau. That set me back a huge €6. Should taste like champagne for that price in Spain. Birdie, I'll give you a cheers to that. Cheers, sir. $6,000 for a fucking bottle. Jesus Christ. Here's what happened on the SPY is this used to be this color. This will look familiar if you look back in yesterday's live. The reason of this was because if we broke down on this was extremely bad if we did that. The only other price we had to really hold was kind of right here into this purple line or trend that was going to roughly take us back into the 486. But the market basically reacted and overreacted, and then the market allowed everybody to go and kind of gather around and buy it up once it saw that we were having movements on Amazon and what the fuck was the other one? Amazon and AMD was running like a motherfucker that day. AMD is not, or excuse me, Nvidia is up at 650. And through that, we were already looking at that this morning. That thing was looking gross. LRCX is another one that's odd because this is another one kind of like ARM that I feel is going to benefit off the chip downfall of Nvidia and AMD and Intel and shit like that, because they're just, there's so many reasons why. There's so many reasons why, and they all begin with Taiwan. We've literally been paying for, or I'm sorry, Russia has been paying the United States through a bunch of third world countries and shell corporations for semiconductors that they've been putting in Predator missiles and using to make fucking missiles and shit, but they're buying them from Kazakhstan and fucking Singapore. Shout out to Ace fucking Lee. You guys act in Singapore like shit's all good and everything's all peace, love, and you guys go fuck yourselves, but it's not. They're selling weapons that they go and give, or we go and give them, or excuse me, not weapons, but semiconductors and the parts to go and put into these fucking missiles. And then they just build them in Russia and send them over to Ukraine. I think it's brilliant. I mean, the way that they do it Shell Corporation wise, I think it's fucking brilliant. But the fact that nobody's stopping it is kind of fucking concerning. Like, we have a chip shortage. No, we have a chip are being used exactly what they're being used for properly. Take me to Jack in the Box. Because, listen, if you don't go and get about 11 tacos for like what? That's probably $3 worth of tacos. You can get what? 2 for 99 or 2 for 79 cents or some stupid shit. This looks like a rejection to a lot of people. I do not agree. Remember, I have said it 13 times today. When you want to go through a level of resistance, you don't go and try to punch the fucking thing. It's a lot like a speed trap when you're driving home from the bar or something like that, or a whatever the fuck, a DUI checkpoint. You don't just fucking realize the thing and just gun it through the thing, taking out cones and shit. You drive up to it, nice, responsible, like a goddamn grown man, realizing that, hey, yeah, this could go very bad for me, but I'm gonna go and, you know, I gotta have a conversation now. Never been in the situation. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Another lunch boom? Yeah, why not? Even a consolidation. But remember, when the SPY takes a break this week, Tesla has started to move up by itself. That's pretty cyclistic, or I guess I don't even know if that's a word, but it has been cycling that way is what I should say. But if it's not, sorry guys. I don't know what to do about. I don't even know what the fuck to do about that. I'll take care of that when I'm done absolutely fucking the shit out of this market. Let's go. SPY breaking new highs. Let's go. Get there. 1 cent. Broke it right there. Let's go. Top side. Tesla. The time is now, bitch. Get on your fucking ass. Run me that 40. Look like Tyreek Hill real quick. Break out a VWAP and get the fucking going. Let's make it bounce with no hands right here. One time for the one time. Look at the SPY. Ooh, 493. Get the fuck out of here. Later. Oh, yeah. Let's go. I have 3 Microsoft. Oh, okay. Let's go. We'll go and put Microsoft up on this bitch. Hey, you let me know what you need me to touch. I'm out here just feeling it all. You know what I mean? Look at Microsoft. I went and told you there was ability for that thing to go and stop, right? It was going to go to 409.55 and it was going to go on reverse. I was wrong. I was wrong by 10 cents. My apologies. I do believe I said SPY 493, and I said 5 days. Like I was looking out to 3 to 5 days. I think I actually put a buy in at 3, or for 3 days out. But I was telling you guys not to be fucking idiots like I am. However, those are in the money already. Tesla's trying to break up over VWAP, so make sure that you get your tickets to the fucking glory land. I'll see you boys in Valhalla. SQ puts are up over 100%. Apple calls are over 200%. You're goddamn right they are. Did SQs ever? You know what? Actually, I never looked at that. But the SQs, I think we were calling off the top at like 1240 or something like that this morning. Hold on, I'll look. But Meta looks like we're breaking out over this trend. SQs. Ooh, it didn't get all the way up there, but we were looking at a little. Yeah, it didn't get all the way there, but we were close. We were off 2 cents, but those are starting to melt underneath 12. That's a beautiful thing. Here's where if you're not in, here's the deal. I don't think I've ever tried to explain this. For anybody that's wondering what the fuck the SQs are, I've explained it several times this way. Like I know that I've explained it several times what the SQs are, but that's not what I'm going over here. So if you're a member of the channel and have been for a while, you've probably heard me go and talk shit and say, well, it's effectively just the SQs are just the it's just the way that the market has to rejuvenate itself. And they're a very, very good hedge for the market to make big moves, but it obviously doesn't make huge swings. So if anybody's just now trading the SPY, I saw somebody say yesterday that they don't move as quick as the SPY does, and you're correct. Also, I did want to go right very quickly and zoom out on, nope, not that one. I said that this was going to be a very, very key level at the 256 we needed to hold. We did not. We came back and we crashed right through that 1240. We continued to walk back from there. I would assume that you're probably going to see 1160 before you see the SPY or the SQ start to bounce. But when they do, you're going to look back into that 1256, and your theta is probably going to fuck you out of 14 to 16 cents here. So be prepared for that if you're going and buying 7 days out. The SPY, though, on a 30-minute candles perspective, those are 6, count them, 6 green fucking candles going into the pre-market high that we had already gone through earlier. Please fucking Christ help you if you're going short. Genuinely serious. Like, may God have fucking mercy on whatever dumbass chromosome is missing out of your fucking, like, genuinely, guys, listen to me carefully. Do not do that to yourself right now. Look at where I'm looking on a 30-minute perspective and act accordingly. Not financial advice, but Microsoft is trying to go touch tips with 410 real quick, and I'm not going to go and be excited unless I see 412.50. You know what I'm saying? So just to explain why you would have made money on the 412.50s is because they've gone literally in and out of the money, four or 5 times, or excuse me, they've gone and bottomed around that $15 mark like 4 times, and then gone right back up to 30 or 40 or whatever the fuck it is. So you should be able to get in and out, no problem of those. But start thinking about, while you might get a little bit of a pushback into the 408.05 here on Microsoft, give yourself a little bit of an area where you could potentially see some upside. I don't like hearing that. Nikki, I appreciate you going and letting me know. What are we doing in this market? Are we still doing what? Hey, where's my son? Where the fuck is Jerome? I feel like him and I need to have an interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like maybe me and the what the fuck are those idiots? The Von Winkles? Yeah, I need to talk to those shitters too. I'm thinking about throwing my dick out there and seeing what sticks. And if those fucking idiots let me go, genuinely, if those idiots let me go and actually interview them, that's their fucking loss. But why not? You know, I think that would be absolute beautiful comedy. Like, any type of professional, any type of person that's supposed to have decorum, any person that like works in finance and is trying, like, you know what I mean? I think that would be absolute comedic gold. Dude, we're going to the fucking moon. GTA, I would prefer to go to the bank. If we can stop there and maybe convert a couple of my schmeckles into moon dollars, that would be fucking fire, because like, you know how they get up there, they try to get you with a bunch of conversion fees and shit, and I'm not having that. This is hard-earned money that I've been smacking pussy all week for, and I'm touching it right now, boys. I am absolutely cashing the market the fuck out. Ooh, daddy, is that Microsoft going for me one time? Go and get that 409 and I'll talk to you sweet. SQs on the way down. Make sure that whenever they do try to go and come back up, you're looking at 1191. Excuse me, you're probably looking at about 1194, wherever that red candle, or excuse me, that green candle right there at pre-market on a 20-minute chart correlates with the same green candle that it took off from during pre-market, or excuse me, aftermarket yesterday. If you find the close, or excuse me, the open of that green candle, which would be the bottom of that green candle during pre-market, at probably on a 30-minute time frame, it's probably 8:30, and the one aftermarket yesterday, roughly 5 o'clock. If you go and find the open of both of those candles, they're more than likely going to correlate, and this is your breakdown. So the first place that I'm going to go back to is to think that whenever we do go and return in this area, at whatever time, it could go to $11 for all I fucking care. But the point is that right here, I'm going to already know psychologically, this is where we're breaking down right now. This is where the huge conversation, or like I said, whenever like you guys look at the stock price, this is me getting thrown out of a club. If you're looking at me as SQs right now, this is me walking back up to the bouncer thinking I'm fresh as shit and getting smacked in the lips at 1191 and getting my nose broken, all fucked up. So now I got to go and figure out where my pride is as the SQs. I got to find where my pride is and find out where I'm going to fucking like pick myself up at. By the way, if you are looking at the SPY 393s, you are not only in the money by 40 cents, but you're in the money by 40 cents right now at almost noon. If you have any contracts that have gone in the money already, you need to go and be smart enough to take your money, even though you see the fact that you can go to 493.40 on the fucking SPY, or excuse me, 394.60. Do you want to go and cover where you're at before you get to your ultimate when you want to go and get to your expiration and be well into the money? But if the SPY decides to start walking back to the downside of like 493 right now and lets the market consolidate, well, because everything else was just sitting dormant. I told you about the cycling and the rotation of the market sequentially being able to go and rotate in its favor to where everything rips green as the SPY goes and boosts it up enough to go and hold. You're seeing that exact thing happen with Microsoft right this moment. You're going to see consolidation on the SPY eventually. So if you're up on the SPY contracts, or even, I don't know what the IWM looks like, but I'm assuming it's 194. IWM definitely has a lot of room that it could potentially go. So I wouldn't necessarily go and consider needing to get out of those. But right now, the SPY has run a substantial amount of green candles. Do I go and get out? I would get out of a good amount of my position, or at least half of the position, because I know I'm well over 100%. You think SQs can make 52-week low by, what's the 52-week low? What, 1160 or something like that? It's going to probably make that today. Microsoft's about to go and drop it like it's hot one time and send it through the roof. You're gonna want to see it hold that top of that green candle right at the left side of the chart. That higher high right there, right before it created a lower high. It was trending in that little like I showed you how it was going to do that. It was going to go and take the first break that it needed to get up over that baby blue line. And then it's now going to try to go and use the 409.41 as structure here. I don't care if you've heard a fucking thing from me all day. If you have Microsoft, pay attention to the purple line here and pay attention to these two breaks. You have broken these, but we have gone and well fucking surpassed, ladies and germs, the ability to come and retest this area. So what is this? This is a fucking problem that I'm going to need to come back to at some point. If I was a betting man, I would probably go and assume that you're going to get that in maybe a couple weeks, but you're doing a very good job at holding the 200. You're going to need this to come away from that area, but this is going to be a downtrend that's going to be relevant at some point, and it's going to try to go and end up holding this support. Even if it goes to 415, if it doesn't go and clear into 420 or some like 418 area, it's going to probably try to end the day right here at 409.99. Bree, if you're here, I'm calling it now. Look at the SQs getting bodied. Now, look what you're also seeing on Tesla, guys. Tesla is building itself up to go and use this as a break and a retest. And as soon as this fucking thing on the SPY, I'm assuming that is what Tesla's waiting for, is its turn in the market to start running to the upside, because if the SPY keeps running, there's eventually going to be a candle that needs to come and take a breath. That candle is more than likely going to be the one that brings it back to 492.67. That's why I'm telling you to take your money while the thing is running green. You're already well up and well over your expiration dates. Or excuse me, you're in the money if you're at 493. If you bought 493s today when I told you to buy them for next week, I'm glad you're not listening to me as a financial advice. However, you're making a very, very risky play there. It just happened to work out for you this time. Congratulations. But that you typically aren't going to go and get that type of move back up to the upside against resistance. So you would just usually only play to the bottom of where you think you're going to get rejected. And as soon as you get there, you're going to exit your position, because that's the quickest you could have gotten to that position and didn't have to worry about the theta that was going to go and amount and make when your price is going sideways. You're running your stock price and your options price back just because you're sitting there holding it in your hand. Think of it as a hot potato. Alright, I'm feeling shit right now. But by the way, we are, just to go over a position check here. Tesla is still not trying to fill my 65 contract, but it is getting closer. It's at 76, or the bid ask is 76 to 78. The IWM were up 48%. And I was just trying to get into those 415s for 160. I believe they got to pretty damn close to that, but did not actually fill the 10 or 161s. However, do like I'm actually tempted to purchase some more Tesla here. And I think instead of buying the 195s, I'm going to buy the 192.5s because I'm a little bit underneath my buy spot here, and I like where we're at. I want to see if I can enter these contracts at 101 on the 192.5s to average down. Yeah, I want 191s for next week. Or I'm fucking retarded. Excuse me. Completely disregard what I just said. I have a limit order right now for Tesla calls, meaning I think that Tesla is going to go up to 192.5 by next week. Do I think that it's going to go to that stock price? It doesn't have to. I'm going to go and play it by ear and see. But yeah, I do think it'll probably be around 190, assuming that we see the bounce. So I have an order on the Tesla 192.5 calls for February 9th at 101 right now. They're at 112 currently. I'm also up 52% in the IWM 195 calls for the 5th. I still own the Netflix 190 calls that we got for an average of 165 a contract. We might get Tesla to go and fill both of our orders, even or the 192 and a half and the 195 contracts. If we can go and fill both of those orders, that would end up probably being maybe 1,200 contracts on Tesla. What? Because that's the 195s, we're going to make it about 1,000. Or excuse me, I'm fucking retarded. That was going to make them about 100 contracts total on the 95 calls for next week. Now, yeah, I just spent another $1,010. What you're seeing on those contracts, if you go and zoom out on the contract itself, you're seeing a lot of those currently go and bull flag. IWMs are moving. Those or 195s, like I was saying, the market could go and rotate over and sequentially go and start sending itself up. I think I said it earlier that it was looking for like 194, 195 to get loose and get up back into the 197. That's exactly what's happening right now. Those 195s, we have an average of 68 a contract. They're at 109. Those are making 60%. Our Tesla 195s are down 20%. Our Tesla 192.5s are down 20%. Our our Netflix 590 calls are up 5%. But if you look at the total returns, I am up the same exact amount that I'm down in my two Tesla options that I have contracts on. As a whole, I am positive on IWM that goes and cancels out the 20% on both of those massive sized contracts. And these 195s are not trying to fucking feel me, dude. They do not want to feel up the voluptuousness that I am. But Tesla 195.5s are getting a little volatile that it looks like it might try to give it to us. Those Microsoft 415s are now up over 100% on the day. We were just wanting to buy those at 160, and they went from 134 to now 255. Look at the NASDAQ up 2%. Remember, guys, we like to go and usually run on the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Qs, the SPY. We typically like to go and see 2% on the NASDAQ before we realize, or we usually get some downside. Let me see what you're talking about here real quick. Nvidia's moving. Look at Microsoft touching me fucking nasty right now. Guys, I'm fucking right now. I am fucking on this market. Let us absolutely touch. Ooh, yes. Yes, sir. Goddamn right. You're going to be looking back, like 2 Chainz said, look back at it. Look back at it. I'm going to put a fat rabbit on a Craftmatic. That's what the man said. Don't shoot the messenger. That's support that you're going to be looking for in a little bit, because by the time that you go up, you price discovery, your indicators are going to be back. This is going to be a very, very interesting level at that 560 at some point. Tesla needs to get up and go and take tits out. I want to see, you know what? I don't think I'm going to try to do, I'm going to do the smarter thing here. I'm going to go and exit the position that I have to purchase a shitload on this secondary account. It's just like, it's probably a really nice fucking swing that'll work, but it overall goes and positions me in a situation where I don't have, I'm not liquid, and I don't want to be that way, considering I might possibly get a dip. What I am going to do is I'm going to go and pick up the 192s at a discount right now, because they have been down. I'm going to go and double that position. Whoops, I don't want them for $2. No fucking way. I want them for 115, and that's me just going and trying to fill them now, because I think that these are going to go one more time back to this line before they go and retouch and push off. The bid ask right now is 115 to 117. I'll show you the contract right here. This is where I originally bought at 150. I have that buy-in at 115, so I'm good. First place I bought these at 162, and then I bought them at 140. I bought them at 100, and now I'm doubling the position overall right here. And this is a beautiful fucking candle. If I can get some suppression into the SPY just real quick. I just need that 115. You know what? There's a lot of people that are already there. I'm just filling at 117 because I want to average down regardless. And right here, we could potentially just go green from 183.09. See right here and not pull back in it. I should be able to fill that right there, but it's not going to let me even fill the 117s, really? Fine, I'll give them to you at 117. Suck my fucking dick. We're green again. I'll let you know how those fucking work. Google calls up 75%. Yeah, if you guys can, screenshot your options. Sold the NVIDIA 1070 calls, still have 1090s up. So, Arctic, if you could, why not go and restructure, even if it's just to add the 55%, and let NVIDIA come down for just 2 seconds, the same way that we were talking about on CCL, whenever CCL was up at 20 or whatever the fuck it was, 21. Let it come down even if it's just today, and re-enter the same fucking position. Maybe not the same, but try to get it closer to down to 1,000, because then when it starts making the move up again, then you can go and sell it for twice that price. And then, you know what I mean? And then you have to, like, you want to start taking your profit and moving it to further out in time at the exact same time as closer to the money. Anyone in fun, check out this dip before and get in there before Trump is elected. Okay. Microsoft, see how we are going and looking strong over Microsoft. If those are going to be the 15s, these are 15s for next week. The IWM 195s have just been looking very voluptuous, trending very, very nicely. If you're looking at the option, but Enzo, you can't use technical analytics on fucking options data. Yeah, okay, bud, sit there and fucking shut up. Go get a cookie and go back to your kennel. Fuck out of here. Let me show you something. If you can't use options data and use technical analytics, explain to me why. Buy, sell. Pretty fucking simple, guys. The closer it gets here, the more it wants to react to go to the top side. Higher highs, higher lows. Very, very nice trend. SPY continuing to try to put in green candles. I don't know if you're aware, but this on a 20-minute is like, I don't know, 10 or 15 fucking candles. That's now 4 candles green on the 1 hour. You could see what happens when you get like a couple of these greens stacked together. You're getting very, very nice movement. And if I'm stupid, I'm stupid. But 496.34 is where I would be shorting the SPY back into about 493. No buying power today. Tesla and CCL both down over 12. I think that you're kind of perfect, though. I think you're good, because either one of these two things are going to happen, Arctic. You're either going to just see Tesla run back into the 184.50 and try to move higher, or you're going to see it retrace into the 184, 187 and try to keep high on the day. But best you get is more than likely a 200 retouch, but you have to come back right into here. Even if you do break up, you're going to break up over this to need to get to support, but you're always going to have the ability to go and get into a position right around that 188, because even if this does decide to come back through, it still is going to go and have to use this 191 as resistance, and the first place that it's going to want to pull back to is into that 188 to try to go and psychologically mess with people at 190. As soon as they get people to shake at 190, they're all over that, and they're going to go and immediately rake that thing to the upside. I was looking to purchase at 117 actually is where we bought those, because I got impatient and did exactly what the fuck I told myself not to do. But and let me be very clear, I don't, just because I'm like, ooh, yeah, you give everybody shit, but you do the same shit. You're right, but I earned this. I earned the ability to go and fuck off and push my buy up 4 cents. You know why? Because I was fucking disciplined enough to go and sit here all day on everything else. That's why. I don't know why my camera froze. That's fun. Love to see it. Fucking Christ. Right here, hour chart, looking great. 15-minute, looking beautiful. I'm looking for Tesla to get. Here's the fucking weird part about Tesla is right now it's going to run to 184.60, and it's going to try to get rejected and hold at the 183.77, which is also VWAP. It's going to probably wick down, try to touch the green line, and then try to move from there. Where it goes is going to be very telling, because if we get through the 184.50 and we can go and try to remount these two candles right here at February 1st, 11:30 on a 30-minute time frame on Tesla, and the 9:30 candle from this morning, those two candles at the height of their move go and run right into the like 84, 85 mark. I want to go and see that as a area of support, so we need to go and obviously need to get that ass moving. Pre-market trend lets us know that we're coming to the downside, but we're now trying to make the recovery. Here's the scary part. If the market decides that Tesla does need to start moving, I told you it was going to happen in two ways. It was either going to go and happen while the SPY had the ability to start coming to the downside, and Tesla was going to go and try to prop up pretty much the whole fucking market. Apple came off of the bottom at 182, guys. Come on, man. Look at that. Oh my God, that thing is beautiful. It decided to go right through 182. Excuse me, we were calling it out at 180. I didn't think it went off the 200 like that. God damn. Look at this though. SPY, if you want a reason to feel like this has a real good way to go, that it possibly could get over that 495, is right here. You're getting up over the 200. You're just looking at Apple doing what Apple does, which is doing shit early. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. If you can go and humor me, the SPY is a hell of a lot stronger, obviously, than Apple is. But Apple has a trend right here that this is now becoming levels of support. What was holding us down, even if you want to just go and use these red candles, it'll still give you the same, like the same red wicks, give you the same fucking thing. That is called support. It doesn't mean, or this doesn't matter if it's, you take this one and the top of the red candle up there, it really doesn't matter a fuck all, because it's probably going to go and touch the 185.40 anyway. But 185.40 is the inside of this green fucking candle right here that it needs to use as support, along with the area that we fought for after market to get, to get back up and try to make the run to go back to 190. This thing ended up going and saying, fuck you, stop putting me down here with like the shitters. And it's about to go and break over the 196 psychological, or excuse me, the 196.40 break from earlier. The 180, it's now holding the 185 psychological. And you just had a massive amount of reaction to say, go fuck yourself. I'm taking $5. Like I said, we wanted to see Tesla kind of go and peel away from this bottom to go and get the creation of Apple like we were looking for. I would not be surprised to see Tesla go and gap up or take off after hours. I could easily see Tesla going and being suppressed because of the amount of contracts on it, so that right after hours, this thing gaps up and tries to go and hang out 180, opens up 185 on Monday, and tries to go off VWAP and moves through the 200 period. I could easily see that happening. Not a fucking question. Google, Apple, SQ contracts all over 100%. Golf clap. This is accountable for theta right here. This is theta. This is where I would be buying if I wanted to purchase these again. Right here. Look at the SPY. SPY's not fucking worried. We ain't got no worries. Them shroomies keep me up. We also have a trend on Tesla that's been working for us very, very nicely. Let's see if we can go and get a third tap and complete our trend line here. Yes, they're two different colors. No, it does not matter a fuck. We have support here. So the reason I would be buying Tesla, and the reason why I feel you should buy Tesla, that's why I'm purchasing it, is because right here, you would be taking anything into the bottom of this candle. You can wick into the 182.41, but I like the entire sentiment here because you wick. Look at the amount of movement you get, almost 50 cents of just like straight velocity to the downside on a 30-minute perspective. And something about Tesla says, bitch, the fuck? You can go and shit all over Tesla all you want, but you don't put me back down into 182. For some reason, it's feeling better than 182. It doesn't want to go back into 182.80. It doesn't want it. It's showing you that. Wick. Now, you get a breakdown and a push away from 182. That's not good. That's very bad. But even if you get a break to the downside, I would make sure that you get the green candle that you need. Or excuse me, the red candle to close underneath like you would need. Otherwise, I'm fucking holding and buying. Come get them from me. Spit in your fucking mouth. By the way, I called Google 142s today. I'm almost positive I called 142s this morning. I didn't pull the trigger on them because I did not want to go and take them for 142 because they were a little too expensive for next week, but I said that they absolutely could get there today. Microsoft got up, got over, now we're consolidating. We want to consolidate so that we can go right to 409.48, find our indicators, consolidate sideways so that we can go and have our indicators that are right here kind of hurry the fuck up for us, but we're still holding the trend that we were looking at earlier. We got a little bit of a bust down Tatiana right there, but we held the candle. That's the whole fucking point that I'm trying to make on Tesla is look at these wicks. We have a wick, a wick, a wick, underneath, wicks, 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 but nothing fucking closes. Not one of you shitters could go and get a fucking candle to close underneath that orange line, much less VWAP. Get the fuck out of here. You're not worth it. You're dog shit. There's no reason for you to come try to penetrate the fucking downside on Microsoft when it's telling you no. And then it showed you I no longer am valued at 480 or 408. Like, it's very, very self-explanatory, but if you look at it as an argument, you're beautiful. Ow, I just dropped my fucking phone on my shin. What are we buying? What are we buying? I want to buy something. What are we buying? Oh, GTA said, here's the 65 grit. Go look at fun. Yeah, okay, dude. What in the fuck? GTA likes long walks on the beach and taking a circular saw to his penis. He'd probably make a hell of a boyfriend one of these days, but you know, right now he's just too busy jerking off with fucking sandpaper. What are you doing? Like, I like to fucking play, but like, why? Like, why do this? Look at this right here, right? Look at that up there. Why wouldn't you go and try to find something that's like at support instead of pushing and hoping that you're getting this right here? Hopefully you get this fucking this bounce, or you're fucked. But what this more than likely is going to look like is it's going to get rejected from the 35 cents. It's going to come back down to the 29, like I showed you it was going to bounce the other day when you asked me to look at it. Because when you connect these top of these candles, it's going to fucking run sideways. And I almost bet you this thing runs to 30 cents, 29 cents, and it probably does it for like 2 or 3, 4 days. It'll fucking run sideways like this shit. And then it'll go and lose its mind when it like absolutely doesn't need to. But look what happens when fun goes and moves, G. It's when there's no more area for the fucking 50 to go, or excuse me, the 96 to go. Right now, you're coming up to your 96, but you're still well over like 7 cents above it. Wait until your 96 comes back in, because you tried to make a nice bounce off of the 50 and it didn't have enough spring for you right there. You see what I'm saying? You didn't have enough spring right out of that 50 right here. So it's going to come and try to retest your gangster into that 96. But then at that point, you already have 3 buddies with you to come pull up and say, hey, we already told you to get the fuck out of here and start to move to the top side and start to move. That's where your That's where you're going to start seeing the movement to the upside, because then your 200's going to go and start rifling to the top side once you start seeing support. It's effectively going to go and price average up into that support and then move from there. Microsoft. High five. 21%, guys. 21%. Wow. Meta is going through 481. Good Christ. Grab your fucking ankles, people. By the way, that is a perfect call off of the Netflix 463 area that we were buying 490s, or excuse me, 590s for next week on. Do I think they're going to go and see, you're going to see Netflix at 490, or excuse me, 590? Potentially. I'm looking to go and get 760. Nope. That's not even close. That's not even close. Bro, get your fucking head out of your ass. 573, 576, excuse me. The break over and trying to retouch into this high right here. You see you've gotten rejected from it twice. And you also, if you run this trend line, you're going to see a correlation between the intersecting of that flat horizontal line at 576.31 and the trend that is creating the downtrend underneath. I'll show you, but I can already see it here. You have right here, you have the double top, 1, 2, with a breakout that was just a fake out. But the reason that you faked out right there is to go and create yourself the window of opportunity that this is going to need to be able to set itself up to get up, use this as a foothold, and then step to the ultimate target that it needs to be able to get a step onto that 6 or to the green line. Once it's got that green line, then it's found the fucking step up to get into the truck, in the back of the fucking truck. If you have a step up to get into the back of your truck, it's a hell of a lot fucking easier to get in the truck. But if you don't have a step up, you have to go and either rip your fucking pants or take a knee onto the goddamn the back of the truck and then stand up in the back of the truck, right? This is the same fucking concept. This is a fat bastard right here trying to get into a fucking truck. It's trying to go and show itself an area that it can go and step up onto the bed of the truck. The area that it's trying to do that correlates in 2 places right here. A very, very important level of resistance, which is right here. Right here with the red line, you're going to need to get up and through that. If you can get up and through that and you don't get bodied by the fucking, the psychological 575 area, which you could potentially probably run, if you do get the push to 575, you're more than likely going to go and get that 476. 476. The 576 area, 576.30, because you'll have like the volatility push through that psychological move. So that's where I would go and look for an entrance to the downside. But right now you're trying to create the structure in which you're trying to get to the areas you're trying to get to. That's it. That's it. You're creating the move for tomorrow, or not the move for tomorrow, but you're creating the structure to make a move tomorrow on Netflix. And I'm not saying the move for tomorrow is like actually tomorrow. I'm saying you're creating a structure and a place within which you can go and use as a structural setting. So whenever the news is shithouse or the market's looking like it's going to pull back or whatever the fuck, If I'm sitting here on Monday morning and I ignore the fact that Netflix gapped up to fucking 570 and my sentiment hasn't changed, or their viewers haven't gone and fucked off 50% of their earnings or something massive, we're still going the same fucking direction. Up. Tell me I'm wrong. I'll wait. I have 75 at 3. Where the fuck is Max? Where the fuck is Max Powers or Max Payne or whatever the fucking dickhead's name is? Where are you at? You still even trading in the market, little fuckstick? Come here. Let me kiss your mouth. I wish that fucker would come back. I liked him. Meta 480. You got to start thinking into this 480 though. You're looking good. You're getting a lot of positivity. You're getting a lot of movement. I don't know where my Tesla chart is, but Netflix, get the fuck out of here real quick one time. Beautiful. Now we're dropping right back into that green buy area. But what do I see? Oh yeah, more wicks. You're also getting a trend here. Right here. You do not want to go and close a candle underneath it. It's very evident. It does not like this area to go and close a candle underneath, and you're continuing to hold these wicks with a substantial move to the upside after you go and get into this area. What you're looking at is sell pressure into a level of support that only ends one way. You're effectively right now double bouncing a fat kid on a trampoline. If that analogy works for you, that's exactly what you're doing. You're doing this right here, just in a more calm, consolidated way. You're getting a push down into an area that's going to need to be support. But look at the rush that the that VWAP, the yellow line, took to get down to help Microsoft. It went straight down at open, but it was hauling ass once it realized homie was getting left behind. That's what you need, is to see your indicators come to rescue your fat ass stock from going further to the downside. Tesla did exactly that, but Tesla is now just sitting here with VWAP trading in a total of less than 40 cents since it started making that first move down. We made the perfect touch where we just ran up and tapped the fucking VWAP the first time. We didn't disrespect it. We didn't blow through the fucking gates. We didn't go, haha, fuck you, eat a dick. We didn't showboat. We didn't try to spike the ball. We literally just ran up and said, hey, what you doing? You evaluated and did some recon on where you were trying to go through and realized that the money was in the bag. Now you go and grab 4 homies, find a little bit of buying pressure, and go kick the front door down like it's never seen before and just kick it into the darkness and go pick up the bag. I'd rather hit it while nobody's fucking looking, and I'd rather hit it while somebody's not sitting there guarding the fucking place, or there's a lot of eyes on it, or you want to go and give nobody a reason to look at Tesla and then bang. And why you're going to get that move is it's showing it to you right here. These 2 red pushes out of the trend that we were looking at, like I was talking to you earlier. Just connect a couple wicks, guys. Look at what's happening. This is how you can go and time your moves properly. This is 12:50 on the dot. I know that Tesla is going to make a move one way or the other before 12:50 on the dot. It's going to get the fuck out of that pattern regardless. So, who likes a coin flip? Make sure you like and subscribe with your grandmother's lips. I appreciate all 7 of you who are here and staying a little longer with me. Like, I don't usually get to go and do that, but I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Tomorrow I'll probably, or excuse me, on Monday I might wear a shirt that actually doesn't go and just blend in with the background. You know, I might try that. But I'm going to try to have a couple of little things changed here and there every day, and try to make them try to continue to go and just make 1 or 2 things happen every day and see what the fuck we can make this thing do. But if I keep going and having days like this, nobody's going to want to be around because I'm going to just be a fucking sick bastard. Look at the market. Look at the market. Look at the market. Go. God damn it. Look at fucking Meta. Look at ATA. Oh my Christ. This is the, I'm voluptuous is the word that I think of. IWM showed you exactly where the theta was going and overcorrecting your contract. I told you when it broke down. This is theta right here. This is when people get scared because it broke the resistance. So you have to account for theta, and you have to be able to go and understand that this is an option, not a stock price. The option can gap and literally just haul ass against where you think it's going to go and replace that theta, because it effectively goes and just replaces the sentiment of the person that bought it. So you're going and creating now the push up and the regain of VWAP. Completely changed the entire sentiment of this fucking thing, because the IWM probably went and had a very valid reason to go, or it probably had a very valid reason to go and change that contract, because it quite literally is moving off the fucking VWAP and doing very, very well for itself. Nunya's fucking options, right? Here's the thing that I want to make sure that everybody understands. I'll say it once, I'll say it until I'm blue in the fucking face, guys. And I'm gonna use Nunya for an example. Nunya bought 494 calls today. I would probably say that he would have bought those 5 days out, even maybe longer. But let's assume, I know for a fact the man bought 494s. He said it early in the chat. Look at Microsoft actually getting up there to the 412. I'm not joking. Tesla's also already broke out of that little wedge that I was just talking about. It had the little wedge right here. We broke high here. What I want to see is it just completely repeat this candle right here. I want this candle. I don't want this move yet. I want the right here, that right there, that little bit of like, hey guys, what's up? Now come back, chill for a second, and use that as support. But you don't need to go and fucking run the goddamn, no. You need to go and set up over this trend right here, which is the 2 closes of your green candles. That is your new support line right here on Tesla. The reason being is because you've now transferred wealth over this trend line. That's all that's happened. There was a reason why you couldn't get through here. There was a shitload of people telling you could not. Double topped, moved to the downside, but it had the overall downtrend that you were looking to break to the top side. You've done that. Now you're turning a resistance area. Guys, please, please, please put out whatever the fuck you're doing down. Resistance that has gone and been pushed through and then used as a support. The same exact way that you watched the SPY turn over 191.63 today is the exact same way that you're going to see 183 get turned into support area. And it's going to go and more than likely get a green candle, and everybody's going to think, oh shit, let's go. Jump into fucking Tesla. No, not right now. Chill. That's not when you do it. This is not when you do it. You go and do it whenever you have the ability to say, I'm back at support. So if I'm a betting man, you wait your happy ass because you sat there and waited too fucking long while we were underneath. And after I told you how many times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 5-minute candles, guys. You're going to support. You're going to go and say sup to VWAP. You don't want to fucking absolutely while out at the family reunion and go right through the fucking top of it. You don't want to do that. Go have respect. You don't want that. You don't want anybody to know who you are at this party on Tesla. You want to go up, say hello to the area that you're trying to get into. You do not want to disrespect everybody on the way there, because once you do, you're going to have to, once you come back, have to go back through that fucking door. And I promise you, if you have everybody that you don't want looking at you at one spot, don't make a fucking scene. Look, it pulled all the way back on the candle. Everybody and their brother is going to say, oh, it didn't validate it. It didn't, Enzo, it didn't evaluate it. No, listen, look at that. That right there, that amount of flicker to the upside right there is called velocity. It's volatility, but it's the speed in which this candle just decides to get up. What you're going to look for is this to come red, try to break a little bit lower, probably into that 182.77. It's going to create the notion that you are going to lose if you hold your sentiment of your calls to the upside. It's going to try to create that for you, but you're breaking a level of resistance and retesting that area. That's all we're doing. That's all we've been doing all day, all over your grandmother's lips. 494's 10 cents at open for today. Ooh, yo. That just gave me actual chills. He doesn't do that. Sold the rest at 150, got in and out quick. There's that's the shit right there. Like, Nunyan never goes and exposes himself to extreme amounts of risk, but where the fuck did he the only extremely difficult amount of risk that he put himself in there was just because he had a long distance to travel and he needed to do it very quickly. However, having a friend calls up, says, hey, we could get there. Not saying we're going to, but we could. He just made 100% in less than an hour, 50 minutes. I guarantee you that man is probably gone and has CDs, certificates of deposit, that make him 5 from the bank, 6, 7, 8 from the bank. But you have to put 5, 6, 7 grand, 10 grand up for those kind of certificates of deposit. We're making it every day here with 10, 15, $20 a piece. Take those wins, guys. Take those wins. Those green, see, you're seeing the fucking Tesla come to fruition right here. I'm telling you, right there. You got the pullback. It's going to try to give you the like, oh my God, Tesla's not holding. Guys, exit your position. Look at us break this. Ready, break, like a fucking huddle, like your goddamn name is Tim Brady, and it's going to go and try to flush you. It's going to give you every reason in the fucking world to feel like you should not be in your position any longer. As soon as you feel like that, that's when you buy. It's not tricky. IWM 194.33 looking beautiful. SPY up 4.99. But the overall reason of what I was trying to explain is that Nunya's not worried about the fact that he left. What did he get out at? He took 150%. He got out at 25. He left effectively $75 on the table, or 400% from there. I can tell you that man's not worried a fucking bit. Would it have been nice? Yeah, but did he have the ability to at work doing 14 fucking things? No, I sat there, I did my goddamn job, I made 150%, and I'm going home and I'm going to fucking hit the bomb. Not a bad day. He also could have very easily yeeted a bunch of money into the fucking stock market, got stuck on a call, fucking pissed away $150. Like, but the man made a very, very nice call. Very nice fucking, calls, and made 100%. Regardless of what it goes to, there's going to be the next one. There's never a short, I promise. You can go, and just the way that you move a stock price, if you're a share kind of guy, you think that there's only really one way to make moves, one way to make money, which is typically to the upside of a stock that has good news that's just rolling. No. The only thing that you need in the market to make money from when it comes to options and derivatives is volatility. And as long as you have that, you pick which way you want to go and play the board. There's the move off of Tesla. We just need a big boy yeet candle. Let me see what this voluptuous man is saying. I totally blew my SQ play like a Nimrod. I left money on the table, still happy, all good. More trades to make money. That's exactly right. I can't tell you how much money I've left on the fucking table today, but I'll actually tell you. I've left, guys, those February 12 and a halves, the February 2nd contracts for today on Microsoft are $63 fucking a contract. We were talking to you about them at 7 this morning. Those are 1,000% to the upside. Microsoft 415s. I just called those out a little bit ago at 160. Those are 100%. The only thing that's not moving currently is the thing that I am purchasing a shitload of, because the fat kid's about to get double jumped off the trampoline. Yeah, you, bitch. You keep fucking around, you're gonna find out. I promise. You're gonna learn like Mr. Hamilton, or I'm gonna go and end up turning Ferrari on that bitch ass. You know, I like the Mercedes. I like the German engineering. However, I am Italian and I will fuck your ass. You might want to get your ass out of this $183 mark and go join the fucking friends. You know what I mean? Join your friends. Go take your tits out. Like, live vicariously through the fucking IWM if you need to. Tesla, don't be a fucking square all the time. You know, just gotta get the tits out. Keep the body guessing. But I appreciate you guys greatly chilling with me and hanging out. GTA, I just deposited a lot into Robinhood this morning. Portfolio almost 100% in a few hours. Okay. So now what you do, some people ask me, well, what the fuck do I do after I just made 100%? You keep an eye on the other 100% or the other 50% of your position that is now free money, first of all. In Nunya's case, he was able to get in and out and make a quick play during the fucking day. He might not have even had to go and do anything else or put another stop or anything like that. He might have was just able to say, fuck it. I just made my whole day of trading that I would have sat there and worried about something if I would have held him too long. Motherfucker took 150%. I guarantee you he's sitting there with that same 150% waiting like a motherfucker just to go and touch something, which could easily be SPY right here at 494. I would hope that you guys realize that it's just a little too fucking bullshit, in my opinion, to go and keep this under 495 at this point. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to be able to hold this under 495. And here's the reason why. I don't think it's going to stay up there. However, I think that they're going to try to continue to move this because on the 20-minute perspective, you're getting an absolute move green candle wise. Tesla's getting ready to go. Simple as I can fucking make it. It's going to go and try to get somewhere between 183.60 and roughly this yellow line and VWAP. I wouldn't go and put it past going and trying to drop into the 182 here and trying to retap this little green box once, twice, whatever. It's doing it right now. It's trying to show you a false break. It's going and letting you buy a bunch of fucking shares and contracts real quick before it starts moving to the top side. That's what that candle's doing to me because I know exactly what's happening here. I have the sentiment of you have this green or you have this candle down here. I'm very aware of it, but you haven't gone and put a candle that's closed underneath to substantiate a fucking worth. Now you have, but you're only getting this. So this is your buy spot right here. It's these two candles. You have the close right here and the close here. So this is like a very, very scary spot because you have the breakdown. This is a lot of people getting very, very worried, and you're going directly into the same support that you were looking at. This is where I buy. Give me that contract. Where is it? Ooh, that's got to go and fill those 65s. Let's go, bitches. By the way, this is called a break and a retest. If anybody's not aware of a break and a retest, break and a retest, break and a retest. One time for the one time, do it for state, town, and country. Make sure that you go and fucking tell the queen to buy me a pint because I'm touching that ass. I'll break that bitch off the mantle. Let's go. Give me that 181.11 touch that I've wanted all day. I've wanted it since 10 o'clock this morning, you dumb bitch. And then I want you to get back up and hold 181.94. If you're going to wick down, you better get that ass up. I'm telling you, you need to get out of this area. But if you're going to give it to daddy, I'm going to smack it. You know what I mean? I'm going to hit it like fucking Barry Bonds. Very, very nice. Very nice. Very nice hold. Very, very nice hold here. Look at the SPY on the hour chart. Now, if I'm on the SPY's fucking green team, I'm holding support. I'm going to wick down into 492.70 or 291.70 probably. Scare people. What the fuck am I smoking? Yeah. 492.17, excuse me. And you're gonna let me like lick that and stick that one time for the one again. Just because I do not want to go and miss I don't want to miss Tesla going and not filling my 65s. So I have one at 70 and 73. And right now the bid ask is 73, 74. So I'm basically trying to go and really quickly go and cover my I'm basically trying to go and use Tesla being shocked to the downside right now. I'm trying to go and use this volatility right now that everybody's going, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. I'm buying contracts right now, guys. I'm not fucking sitting here selling shit. I am buying contracts right now. And there's a very, very good reason why. We needed the leak to the downside to give us the ability to feel like we were getting a good deal. As simple and as stupid as that sounds, we're going to go and take everybody's easy shares here if we're a market maker, because everybody's going to fear what they don't understand. On a 15-minute chart, this isn't concerning. You're getting a break and a retest of the same shit. Break from your shit that we were boofing earlier. The reason why we exit our position here at 183 is because we were in the money on not only our 187 and a half, but our 185s. And we even exited half of our 177s from here. We're now looking at the market going for a break and a fucking retest after price discovery with a bullish fucking trajectory, guys. Come on now. This is a beautiful setup. I don't know what else to. Apple gave back 200 on that, only up 100% now, but I'm confident. So you had options that were 200% up. Trades for free, you sexy son of a bitch. Where you been? Whoo! Let's go, trades. It's exactly the man I wanted to see today. Let's fucking go. Them goddamn bicycle pants. Put them joints on. Let's have a party, bud. We need to get right above that 182.88 so badly on Tesla. And we're going to use that red resistance line that we just used to break down that we were afraid of. We're going to now use this as support. So you're going to look for that 15-minute like foothold here. So you're going to look to try to turn this in to a structure of support so that we can go and push right back through the 182.89 right here, which is the bottom of that candle. It's trying to get through there now. It's going to go and press it. Make sure that we go and get a candle that goes and confirms that we're at 182.76 right here. And it'll probably be on a 5-minute, but still, if you're paying attention to the 15 right here, there you go. That's why that's holding right there, guys. There's like, I'm not just drawing fucking lines and hoping and throwing a dart. That is a beautiful reason why. You're seeing on the 1 hour on the SQs. If you're looking at this pattern, look at how fucking high the SQs can go next week. Here you go. I'll show you. I think they're trying to sell you you're going to get rejected here. I don't think you're going to get rejected here. I think you're going to get pushed to the downside. They're going to let this go right back up to 196 or something stupid like that. I think they go and allow this trend, right here of this purple line to go and continue to be kind of like a little back and forth. But it makes it a perfect situation where they run this back up to the top side, reject it off of 496, and then try to go and use this to where it'll kind of creep up and then it'll gap down in the morning back to this support. Remember that this was red yesterday. We turned it to green. We're now using the break that we used over it and a retest that got low. What we need to make sure of is that we go and resubstantiate and make sure that we validate that area of the 491.63. Can I interest you to let you know what's going to be a very interesting level as of Monday morning? Monday morning gives you the trend line and a retest of 191 and some change, or 491 and some change right there. Apple 300%. Let's go. Trades for free. If you're not up 100%, you need to get there, baby. We've definitely missed you. Shake that ass for Drake. For Drake? Drake? Drake stole my whole fucking flow. That's my shit. Little Soldier Boy right there. Shout out to Soldier. King Draco. You're looking at that 182, guys. The 182.89. You showed yourself where you had support earlier this morning, right here. Right there. That's it. That was it. That's it. Showed yourself this morning. Why I've had all the sentiment in the world. Because you've continued to have structure. Whoa. Well, fuck that candle now. I'm not going to even try. Not even going to try to put that back. Oh, cool. We're getting the fucking bounce. Remember, I was looking for one thing because I wanted, by the way, we filled those and you dumb bitch, really? You didn't fucking fill that? Bro, I actually fucking hate you. Like, you're genuinely pissing me off. You know what? I'm actually going to watch them go and fuck this off. I'm not going to go and change my sentiment. I'm not moving off of that 65. By the way, we have an average of 138 on the Teslas that are about to go and start to get green here very quickly. Because correct me if I'm wrong, we were talking about a 183 support that was prior resistance that now we're about to turn green and fuck that ass. Oh, good. We're doing that. Right. Okay. Let's keep doing that. Enzo, baby. I'm up over 100% on all things. Tesla, much love to you, my man. No. The first nip is always free, sir. I shake it for the public, and non-farm payroll. We don't take a profit around here, We give back to the community. We try to give back to the community when they throw them dollars. You know what I'm saying? I'm like the fucking flight attendant that just hands out free bottles of Jack wherever the fuck we're going. Make sure you get them like and subscribes in if you can for me there. We're definitely missing the trades for free. Like and subscribe today and most days. Definitely miss you. Glad to see you are doing well. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Hopefully, LA, not LA. You're kind of in the middle. I feel in the middle of a suburban area almost. Of course, yes, sir. I love those flight attendants. They know how to party. Yeah, you got to find the fat one. Yeah, 100%. If you can find the fat one, you'll get the fucking Beijing in, who cares? You're shit-faced by the end of the fucking flight. Now, guys, what did I fucking... If I actually just went... I'm more impressed of everything that I've done today. Besides the fact of calling 491.63 at 8 this morning and letting you know that it was going to mount that area. Calling Tesla to go and move to the top side through VWAP while the SPY was shitting the bed. That's impressive. I'm sorry. That's impressive. That doesn't happen. Typically, that is like, if you were to tell a trader that trades Tesla every single day, I'm going to go and I'm going to trade Tesla, but I'm only going to get into Tesla whenever the SPY is shitting the bed, that person's going to tell you you got chromosomes all fucked up. Like you should be walking around with like a nice fucking pimp walk, but not for a pimp walk, more for like a Down syndrome situation. Am I shorting this market? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Trades for free. Yes, I am just east of LA. Yeah, how's LA? I'm sure that's got to be fucking crazy out there now. Hopefully they're treating you very nice. If they're not, we can go and we can scramble the Blackhawk and come pick your ass up. I don't know that your bike would probably fit in a Blackhawk though. We might have to like leave that. Microsoft on the way back up to evaluate that 412. Make sure that if you do have gains or pictures of your gains, or if you're, make sure that you're taking screenshots, guys, so that like you're able to keep an eye on what it is that you're looking at. If you're also taking screenshots of things mentally, your mind is also taking very, very good it's almost a memory game with your numbers. If you're able to go and take a screenshot and you remember for any reason why Tesla was at 182, you could have gone and said, ooh, Tesla was at 182, and your ass cheeks clinched together. And all of a sudden now 182 on Tesla is a relevant area because you ended up going and feeling something there. I'm getting close to 100% on my ass. Get the fuck out of those as quickly as you can. I don't give a shit if the thing goes there. You have 3 hours left, and if you're on Robinhood or Webull, you need to get out of them immediately. Not financial advice. If you have anything for expiration dates of today, you need to be looking to not only getting the fuck out, but you should have been out much earlier. But make sure that if you have the ability to get out green in any type of yes, the market can still can very, very much so continue green. However, you're going to start getting beat over the head by theta, and it's not going to be the theta from this morning. It's going to be a lot of fucking time. It's the closer you get to the end of the day and not being anywhere close, you're not going to just go and see the theta trickle back like it was. You're going to see theta start to coming back on those contracts, where if Tesla right here gets rejected from 95 on these contracts, that'll probably go and give me back a little bit. But effectively, Tesla's doing a very, very good job to get itself back up over this support area at 183.67. And I'm looking to see, look, like I told you, the SPY did not want to go. I didn't see it happening. I thought that we would probably go and retest up this way of that 495 before we ended up going and trying to go back into 490. Now I'm trying to get that continuation and seeing if we can do that. It makes complete sense because now Tesla's running. Nice. Good shit, Doc. Let's go. Let's fucking go, Doc. That's what I'm talking about. Is that the first fucking positive contracts? Is that his first 100%? Yo, if that's his first 100%, I want to see like some hundos in the chat. That's fucking fire. That's first week of options trading, and you're putting up 100% options. Tell the market, cheers and blow you. That's about all the advice I got for you right now. You go like this. You know, you just throw the fucking feet up on the desk at that point and say, eat a dick. I've done everything I need to do today. I'm LT Gray. See, 95 a contract right here is also correlating with VWAP. You're going to get the 96 push, and that's going to probably have That'll probably have a pop here into the 105 because Tesla is trying to get over the 50 MA and it's looking very, very good to do so. If you can get that and the SPY to correlate to, or excuse me, if you can get the SPY to go through 494, 494.50, and you can get Tesla to go and look right into that 184.50 right here and get through the bottom of these areas, we're going to continue to go bullish, and Tesla's more than likely is going to try to go and it's probably, I'm not financial advice, Tesla's probably going to 190 just sub. Tesla's probably going to want to finish back into, like I said, this area of that 183. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm not so sure. It would be very, very nice to see Tesla at least try to recapture the 186, because that's where we kind of broke down through this morning, and we have the ability to go to 186.76 and use that as a step up. That's probably where I go. I think we try to break the 200 EMA, green line up at the top, go through our structure, get bodied from 188, and then try to, I could easily see them going and trying to have a battle at 186. But right now, for all intents and purposes, on a 5 minute, you're getting nasty green candles. You got 15 minutes to the downside, then you told them to eat a dick. This is a beautiful fucking day for this channel all the way around. Let's go, gentlemen. And Caesar. What do you mean? No, not yet. If you're not up 100% and you're not out of your fucking contracts, you and I are going to have a conversations. They drop fast as expiration. Yes, absolutely. If you're holding, my genuine practice is to make sure that I'm not holding a contract on the day of its expiration past noon, period. If you shouldn't be holding fucking contracts unless you're buying them like that day and trying to sell them for a quick profit. You shouldn't be holding any contracts that ever expire day of. You should have been out of those contracts so fucking fast prior to. I will never tell you to go and put yourself in a contract that I will allow to walk into the last day unless I verbatim say, like I did with the 187.5s and the 185 puts on Tesla, that I was going to hold. And I told you I got out of them today. First thing in the morning, I sold them at 9:30 was the first one that went off, because remember I had the fucking 150 buy spot or sell area on those options. They ran to fucking 197. And so I got out of the other half up, but like I basically fucked off. But do I care at that point? Yeah, I mean, I didn't get it perfect, but at the same time, I was more focused on the position that was more at risk and much higher in the amount of exposure that I had into the position. SPY is doing exactly what we asked it to do. 494.50 is coming up hot, and Tesla is not fucking around with you guys. I feel like a third base coach or a porn star. I can't figure it out, but I'm sending them home. Let's go. Look at this fucking shit, guys. This is a masterclass, and I'm not sucking my own dick. I would be impressed watching this, because this is absolutely exact from start to finish. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is absolutely gorgeous. I don't even know what the fuck I was supposed to be doing today, but I had some shit to do. I don't give a fuck. I genuinely don't. Oh, yeah. How does a baseball coaching porn star, how about hey, I'm out here clapping it with no hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking voluptuous trades. You know what I'm saying? I can only do so much. Clapping it with no hands is not something I'm ever having a problem doing, Everything here is great advice. I don't give advice, Doc. I just let you guys know what I'm doing. That's the sad part, is when people go and finally realize that the guy with a really smart fucking mouth that not a lot of people go and get along with, and probably doesn't go and say things politically correct sometimes. You give that person a chance, he's not giving you advice, he's doing the shit. I've been doing this for almost 15, 16 months in the same place, not going anywhere. But when you realize if you have the capital to go and do this type of shit, that's $19,200 on a play of less than 700. Guys, I am the porn star named El Tigre with the wiffle ball bat, and I'm about to put it on somebody's lips, trades, because I'm looking voluptuous. I pay my taxes. You know what I'm saying? Bad at baseball, I'm good at both of those things. So, fuck you, G. I could hit. I can switch hit. I can play shortstop. I can go and I was never good behind the plate. You know what I mean? I never could go. My knees don't work like that. So sorry, that's gonna have to be you. You know what I'm saying? Looking like fucking Sandlot back there with your cute ass. Enzo and fam, got to get to El Worko. Much love, trades. Thank you for stopping by, my G. Come back, check in on us. We love having you around. We definitely appreciate you coming to check on us. But yeah, make sure that you go and stay safe. We'll be around whenever you need us. Spy right here is giving you that trend that we were working on this morning. To go and to figure out which way we were going to come out of this. Remember, we were looking at this little wedge prior to the move, and we ended up mounting that support. Now we've given this support some kind of structure at that 490. Let's make sure that we're good, even if we happen to go and really need to even see back into that 498, because imagine that this is a good level here. We know that. But if you were going to go to an area that could potentially make me feel something, if I like the upside, first place I would go is 489, right there. 489, 86 is where they're going to try to break it south, right after they go and gap this fucking thing into 491.63 on Monday. If they don't, Tesla's already at 185. Like, if you were listening to what the fuck I just said whenever we were moving in the first place, now they just fucking humor me. What happened at 1250 for Tesla? Anybody? I'll sell you my clothes and okay. You know, that's crazy because, like, your clothes doesn't have the stank from grandma like I like it. You know what I'm saying? That grandma stank. Hey, listen, you gotta pay for that. This took a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? This takes a lot of work to be touching grandma's hand and fist. You know what I'm saying? Never with a closed hand, but these grandmas are fucking getting absolutely trifling out here, you know? We're going to look for that structure right here, 180, oh, excuse me, 184.64. The way we're going to do it is we're going to go to 200, which is 186.38 on Tesla. We're going to try to blow past that using the 185.46. We're going to try to break the 185.46 area because we need to get up and over this little area that we decided to push away from. That's a massive level that we need to get through. Once we do, the place of resistance is 186.10. If I'm a betting man, like I said, I think they try to go over the 200. The way that they go and make a question mark, what they want to do every weekend and every time the market closes, is they want to go and create a spot where you don't have a fucking clue what to do. You use it to your advantage. Where is the one fucking place that you could go and put me in, technically speaking, on Tesla to go and see it, like somebody not know what the fuck to do? You think you'd put it up here at 190, 189, run up to 189, get rejected, but close right somewhere in here? No. Would it be to go and try to retest the high? Probably. That's where I would go. I'd retest the pre-market high right here. The first place that we weren't good and broke down from, 189.03. I think I said that earlier. And the reason being is because I think that you're probably going to go and try to get the little bit of a wick over the top, and you're overextended over the 200 at that point. All you have to generically do is just set yourself up to where I go, I'll wait until tomorrow. If you can go and see the market in a perspective of, that close price, if I could get it to like, let's say 186, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it would do, because it could go right back to the psychological of 185, or it could be on the top side of 188 and gap all the way up over here. But like I said, there's a reason why that 491 on the SPY was there. I'm going to use the SPY at the 491 area, using that as a support area, and knowing that I need to come back to right here. If I'm that guy, I run the SPY to the top side of that 496, try to pull it back and use this support at the 494 into this 494 flat area, and I try to use that as support. You let it close on the SPY right here somewhere. And then you go and let it try to continue to go green, because remember, the market is then cooling off. You've gone and had earnings all week hard to the upside. I could easily see something within the next, 2 or 3 days, go and potentially need to pull the SPY, gap it back into support, which would gap this directly into, let's say if you got the close at 195.15, you would basically go and end up somewhere 191. If you just got the little slide back and it didn't catch at 494, you would just get a little slide back into like 491, and then you would see the absolute market rip like a motherfucker on Monday, because now the SPY has already cooled off its RSI when it was at 57 right here. If the market gaps back, you're going to be then in an advantageous position to then buy immediately in morning. On Monday morning, you would be undervaluing the SPY because you would be roughly right at your support level. And we were already fucking good way up here. We're going to try to go and probably tap here, let's say 490, and go right back to 494. Same way that you're going to do that, you're going to go and move up to the top side of Tesla. And remember, when you gain a level of resistance, which this is a huge level of resistance, because we fucking broke down and pushed away right here. Broke down with a huge candle, and then we pushed away from the son of a bitch. on the wick right there. We pushed away from it and made sure that we weren't good there. We didn't give a fuck on the way back. But when we break over an area and we needed to go and look for price discovery and see where we are good, that's where it's going to come back to make sure that it's valid. Just letting you know. The more you motherfuckers know. What is that? The more you know. That's like a commercial or something back in the 90s, right? Yeah. At this point, market these contracts at 102. That's why I bought them at 101, and then again at 80. But we didn't get to 65. It didn't give it to us. But you could see the bottom was right here at 77. No fucking candle wanted to close right there at 77. That's why we were buying underneath. There's Tesla over 180, 185 and retesting its open candle, guys. This market's going to move. This is going to be an interesting last 2-3 hours. I have not literally even gone Bill Nye the Science Guy face. Who fucking asked you, dickhead? I'm gonna Bill Nye the Science Guy your fucking grandmother if you make. Hey, I will break that bitch out of retirement. Don't play with me. Look, hey, she's been calling me lately. You better calm yourself down. I try to have respect for everybody, but your grandmother's looking right, all right? Reading rainbow type shit? Oh, shit, okay. On that LGBTQ plus 4 on that shit? Okay. Type shit. Hey, look, I'm looking voluptuous right now, and honestly, I'm looking kosher. I'm looking like I'm blessed by a rabbi. I can't. I'm possibly Christopher Walken voice, possibly the best to ever do it. Best to ever fucking do it. Just absolutely nuts. Most traders that go and do this shit, have some kind of formal degree, some kind of trading bot or some kind of algorithm to help them. This is me. There's no algorithm, guys. I'm not fucking doing anything else. Like I'm looking at 4 screens and a laptop. That's it. If you can simply go and find why things need to go to the areas they're going to, we're good. Once you have a rhyme or a reason why the things happen and how to go and make money from them, this is the easiest job in the world, guys. You don't leave it up to yourself. You don't leave it up to your greed. You don't leave it up to the bill that you need to pay. You don't leave it up to what I say. You don't leave it up to some piece of news. You don't leave it. You literally just got to go and find your support, enter your position if it's a call, and then hold the bitch until the thing goes off. Check it once, twice a day. But unless your sentiment changes, Christopher poured his walkie in a double cup. Christopher Walken drinking walkie, man. That's fucking funny. I can't. You're fucked up for that. That's fucking hysterical. Christopher Walken Drinking that Waukesha. Let's go. You know, I've been drinking this Waukesha. Yeah, fucking A. I can't do Christopher Walken, but goddamn it, G, that's fucking hysterical. Christopher Walken with a goddamn styrofoam cup full of some drink, that's fire. If I don't have a fucking NFT of that, or at least like a very, very crudely photoshopped Christopher Walken with some cup in his hand, you and I are gonna be on some bad fucking terms, because now I'm not creating that because I'll ruin it. But if you do it, I might. It might be fucking funny, and we might just throw it up on. That's fucking hysterical to me. Hold on here, Spy. Tesla's coming. All right, who's the next one on the list here? We're looking for. Survey says we're not done, and we're not done. We're not done to the upside here, and this is why. This is the only reason why. I said one thing today. When we were looking at the SQs, I said there was a potential bottom that I liked. But we did have the potential of going into that 12.5, right? Or excuse me, 11.5 is what we were looking at. Hasn't made me feel anything yet. Because we haven't gone and got that pullback that we need to go and say, justifiably speaking, this is low. Yes, absolutely. I feel like it's low right now. I completely agree with anybody that's saying the SQs are definitely looking like a buy. I couldn't agree more with you. However, the way that this is going to work, when it comes to the SQs, is you're more than likely going to see either something along the lines of a split or a whatever it is. I mean, like, what? I'm so confused. Hold on. I'm just fucking shit up on the stream now. The SQs always pull back, and I've always wondered, because they don't, like, the SQs correlate with the SPY exactly until they don't. And what I mean by that is, like, you'll see right with the SQs are at a spot right here where they look exactly like the fucking SPY. Look at it. They're both going into levels where the SPY has to go and reach up for its uptrend to get through this 496.66. The SQs, being adverse, have to go the opposite direction, going down, and surpass their low just a little bit. So if the SQs have to go and get as deep as 1140, in my perspective, where do you think that the SPY is going to go? Because yes, the SPY moves faster, but knowing that it moves faster, what correlates better? Because if you can go and justify seeing the SQs at 1177 and the SPY at 494, that means that if we break 1150, or let's just say 1165 to the downside, you're going to be looking at the SPY breaking up over 460 or 494.66. It all correlates, but whenever it doesn't, you'll realize that the SQ does stupid shit, like goes and tries to gap. If the SQ Is it 411? Yeah, absolutely. If 411 or excuse me, if 1140 comes in, you're definitely looking at 466. 100%. Not even a fucking jokeable question. Here's the oh, that was actually a little higher. I don't know what, yeah, it's probably a little higher right here. But that's looking for support. So now we really don't give a shit. We're looking to go and now support ourselves underneath, use our fucking downtrend right here now to go and use this for price discovery. We need to pull back on Tesla though, right into here, wick into VWAP. So we're coming back, like I said, do not go long on Tesla right here. That was fucking 1 hour ago, guys, less than. I said you do not go long on Tesla right here because you wait for the thing to come back and retest. Because at that point, if you retest, you know you're not getting fucked on unnecessarily for an extra 50 cents or an extra $1 here. Right now, you want to make sure that you're good over your indicators because I told you, we need those indicators to come and rescue us like we did on Microsoft, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, when we came and opened up on Microsoft, immediately started walking itself down, dropped. But we have our indicators underneath. It was Apple, first of all, I do remember. Apple did the exact same thing. We had VWAP right here go and just absolutely fall off the fucking table earlier this pre-market. This yellow line just starts fading. Well, when we opened, all of our indicators came and immediately ripped down to support us here to go and say, hey, we're going to help you rise. As the price of the stock has risen, you're seeing the indicators all go and what's the word? Shit. What the fuck is that word? Have gone and adjusted nicely, I guess, and adjusted accordingly to the fact that now you're looking at those indicators, taking averages of overall stocks over a certain amount of days. You're looking at averages. So you're seeing them go and get very, very comfortable with this area. I like the support over the 50 being a very, very interesting area right here. The fact that we have moved up, we topped here. But like I said, everybody in the game worries about the double top instead of the fact that you are doing the same fucking shit on Apple that I literally just fucking showed you. Oh my God, this is gonna do it again. No shot. Guys, we're doing the same fucking thing on Apple as we just did on Microsoft. It's very, very clear. Support. Look at it. Same thing on Tesla. This is just a pullback. There's no fucking rhyme or reason for it. It doesn't make any sense, but this is a bull flag. I don't give a shit what you think. This is consolidation in the SPY that eventually wants to probably go and cup and handle real hard to 496 real quick and then close 492. Or vice versa, but Tesla's trying to go up first. And guys, this is an absolutely just an amazing day. I appreciate you guys sharing it with me to the top side. Right now it is 1:30 and the market has quite literally been my bitch for a good amount of time. I even touched it on Wednesday so goddamn hard I didn't think it was going to get back up, but you know, we have mercy. You know, I'm a nice guy. I'll let you get back up just so I can tee off on you again. But this time, we decided to go and tee off in the direction that was not our first instinct coming into the market this week, but all we do is look at data. Eventually, if you have not already got a pretty comfortable grasp on it, don't trip. It's really not that big of a fucking deal. I'm more than happy to go and help anybody that needs some help. Shoot me a DM on Discord or on YouTube, or comment down below on one of the videos. Let me know if you guys need some help. I have absolutely no problem helping and would love to go and get with anybody if they need help. I need to make sure that I'm not fucking any of my responsibilities up. I am pretty sure that my dumbass doesn't have anything going on right this moment, but I want to make sure that I'm not leaving my kid at, like, I don't know, on the side of the road somewhere with like $1 in his pocket. No, I'm joking. I think that he's got plans after. I just want to make sure that everybody's good. Give me one moment. By the way, every position that we have is green now. Even the ones that were down 22% are cost basis on our 195s. If you remember, I believe was at 127, 129, something like that. And the average is now at 101, and those are at 112. We are now up 16%. 16% is shit, almost $1,000. I own way too many of these. Fuck it. I'm holding them. I don't care. Our Netflix is almost break even, it's almost back to break even. Or it actually, right now it is. It is at 165 average contract, and that's our entry price. I still kind of like it, because Netflix is still trying to just do that stupid ass consolidating sideways bullshit. On top of that, look at AMC very quickly for the ones that do like AMC. I did finally look over it. And if you're not looking at it right now, looking at it doing exactly what Tesla seems to be doing, where it seemed to just kind of flicker in or pull back just a smidge in past where it should have gone, to go and show you what that visually satisfying double bottom would have been. It's actually going and regaining that area right now. I wanted to go and just point out here, the NASDAQ went to 2% and stopped and turned the fuck around. The SPY went to exactly 1% and turned the fuck around. But I don't think we're done. Nvidia's up 4%, AMD up 4%, 7% up on Amazon. Netflix hasn't even moved yet, but has the ability to go green. GME is starting to go and break over 1450 and appears to be making a run to try to break up over 480. Trending very, very nicely. Palantir seemed to be putting a bottom in a little bit. Rivian put in a very, very nice bottom right there, Arctic. Assuming that you go and here's a theory here, Arctic, is assuming that you go and get bullish momentum on Tesla, You'll more than likely get the sentiment play of getting Rivian, Lucid, those types of things, especially Nikola at the 71 cent area when Bree was talking about it earlier. We bought it at 73, ran it up to 78, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those are things I'm looking at. I'm looking at a very, very high Netflix, or excuse me, a very, very high NVIDIA, a very, very high AVGO. Wouldn't be entirely surprised to see Meta pull back with them, just because they kind of get caught between the telecommunications and the social media company and technology company and stuff like that. So make sure that you're looking at Boeing if you guys are looking at blue chips. Like if you're needing to go and throw a couple of dollars into an account right now, tax purposes wise, keep in mind that I'm very, very useful and beneficial when it comes to credit and tax breaks and just random fucking information that goes and helps you keep your money once you make it. There's a lot of ways to make sure that you keep your money once you do make it, but if you don't ask, I do not tell. I do believe that I was calling Ford over $12. That's happening. JP Morgan is coming greatly off of the bottom, which is the even of the day. Snow is up 9%. Walmart is now up almost a full percent. Be on the lookout for DraftKings to potentially keep going. The UVXY looks like it's trying to go and get up above $8. However, it's going to take it a minute, but I don't see. I see that kind of the UVXY is volatility, so don't think it's an inverse market move or anything like that. It just trades volatility, or it just goes and it's just a volatility indicator. But if you're not entertained, just get the fuck out. Honestly, you don't love me as much as I love you kind of shit, relationship stuff. Because if you didn't hear what I said today, you're never going to hear me at all. And I'm just flapping my fucking gums. But if you did hear me today, I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate you and hope that you guys did very, very well. If you weren't able to go and move anything around today, everything that I've been watching all day has been moving, or excuse me, is for next week, just to be clear. I hold 4 positive contracts. 4 positive options. Okay, love that. Fucking asshole. The Tesla right now and SPY are doing exactly what we asked. It's correlating together, and it's starting to try to break together. That's why you need the correlations to happen. You need those things to sync up, go hand in hand into their resistance areas, and need to break through together. You need both of them to happen, because not like you have more of a sentiment or a beneficial upside if they both go. If one goes and the other one doesn't, whichever one that's hesitating, short the piss out of it, because the other one the one that runs, short the piss out of it, because if it's not going to go and move the other one's going to bring both of them down. So if you see a really, really nasty rip candle here, you could potentially look for a move. If I were to be looking at anything currently, the IWM is at 193, down 1%. You're looking at plug. That would be a bad idea. Apple 186. We were buying it at 180 this morning. Google trying to go green on the day. Netflix I like. Super Micro Computer ended up giving up 1%, like we thought. Carvana is more than likely about to go long. Yeah, I would probably assume it's got 2-to-1 puts right now. Carvana might move. W right now is at $345 a piece. We were trading this when this thing was $240 back in March, and the last trade that I made on this was at $238 in November. That's $60 per share on that. CRM's looking like it's going to the top side. Also, does anybody remember Taiwan Semi? Because Taiwan Semi is still at $115. When AMD was at $115, Taiwan Semi was at like 89 or 95 bucks or something like that. Rivian did a very, very good job trying to get back. But Boeing, I think, is a very, very good blue chip to hold or to buy right now. I think knowing that you could potentially have to dollar cost average down into maybe 200, maybe into the 190 if something really bad goes on. But the worst thing that could happen in the world is the best thing for that stock price. So keep in mind that Boeing just went and fucking had a door fly off of a fucking airplane within the middle of the flight. So they're not really looking too settled right this second. But like everybody always tells you, and Buffett went and perfected, buy when others are fearful. If I watch my exit seat fly out of the darkness of that fucking plane, everybody and their brother looks at that and goes, you know what? Boeing might not be the stock for me. You saw the downside push that it gave, but we have been at these areas for a year, if not more. And I don't even have to look at the stock price. I'm sitting outside. Like I'm telling you, Boeing's probably been at that 217 area or the 207 or the 210 for at least a year. Because I remember trading it a while ago when it started moving and then went to like 260 or something crazy like that. Not even the slightest amount of concern. Look at Tesla running the 200 real quick. I think they have another recent issue. Right. So, Arctic, how many issues can you have back to back to back until it just feels like you just don't want us to play with you? Because in retrospect, could you go and argue that it could be a glitch as well? Not a glitch, but like could it be something that had nothing to do with Boeing, and it could have been a manufacturer's default from some fucking clip, or they end up fucking finding some photo of a guy like playing around thinking, oh, watch, this would be funny. Like, if I accidentally pulled the fucking, like, it's going to be something really dumb. I need a new Scoot I think I have a way better, or I'll have a way better week. I'm getting it. Goddamn right. You're looking voluptuous as shit too, buddy. If the SQ, yep, we already went over that. I'm excited too. But you know how we do, Mr. You know, we keep it shallow and fucking pedantic. I think they had another. Oh shit! I thought you see. I'm dyslexic as fuck, and that said accent to me, so I could definitely do you an accent all day, every day. Okay, we can get the banjo going. We can get Tesla fucking tits up, dude. We can get the water slide out if you want to. I got to definitely go over it with the John Deere, of course, because we got to like smooth that joint out and take the stump out. But other than that, dude, we can get it on the downhill, put a ramp under that bitch. Woo! We're getting to partying. So, like I was saying, do we go and feel good about the overall market? I don't know. Lewis Hamilton's now a fucking Ferrari driver. So, or after the 2025 season. So, I guess the question is, what is it like to sleep next to a woman that you know put a hit out on you? Because everybody and their brother is going to have it out for this market next week and have it out for him next year. And it's setting the stage just to go and touch everybody so fucking nasty. I bet you that Lewis Hamilton comes out as a favorite, fucks up the first what is it? He'll fuck up Australia probably in the first turn, get taken out or shunted by somebody. You'll see all the fucking media and shit go negative on him. Oh, he's washed up, da-da-da-da. You go to Ferrari because Ferrari takes veterans that can't fucking win anymore. And then he's going to stomp the absolute piss out of absolutely every team on that paddock. I would put $1,000 on it right now to say Lewis Hamilton wins next year. Not financial advice, just taking the tits out, letting my mind wander a little bit. I'm just a kid who stays speaking his thoughts, talking his mind like a roller coaster, but I stay along for the ride. It's not Shopik. I'm the topic of discussion. Motherfuckers want my spot, so they probably wish I wasn't. Shout out to Mac Miller. Tesla's doing it for me right now, though. Shopify's up 6.5%. Affirm's up 40, or Affirm is up to $40, up 2%. My apologies for anybody that just shit their pants. All of our Tesla options over here, we'll go and run those down real quick. By the way, you're still looking very nice and chilling right here on Apple. You're still flagging. Everything's looking good. But remember, how do I get back to 183? I look for my indicators and think that we're progressively going to go and just flag out like this. And you can more than likely find Apple to go and close somewhere right here between I would say between 184.80 and 183.90. That would make more sense. It might even try to wick down to 182 and might even try to go and set itself up here. But it's going to go and get very volatile going into the very end of the day here. And Tesla's doing everything in its power to go and try to regain right there. 189.98, and I wouldn't put it past Tesla to go and run directly there, get rejected, and look like it's going to go and come to the downside and gap up from there. But either way, you're going to be looking for a volatility change. Tesla right now on our options, let's just check. On this smaller portfolio, let's go and look. We're now up 195 on the 192 and a half. Our cost basis is 138, and we're up 33%. IWMs, the 195 calls, we're up 16%. Netflix, we're only down $1, so 1%. So it's basically even and just chilling. And our 195s are up 26%. 26% makes me $2,112. So if people are like doing their, like, thinking about their mortgage payment or thinking about their car payment or whatever, I just went and made your car payment in about an hour, or your mortgage payment in about an hour. And the way that and I'm not sitting here flexing on you by any means. What I'm doing is going and trying to explain to you what compound interest goes and does to a motherfucker's portfolio. If you can do something once, you can do it again. The reason why people fail at trading, I need you guys to hear this if you give a fuck. The reason people fail at trading is because they feel like they can't go and replicate the trade that they're benefiting from again, which is effectively going and selling yourself short. No, it's not a brag here, Doc. That's what I'm trying to say. Is it's a beautiful thing, because I love to go and show people how they don't need anybody to tell them that they need to go to work to make fucking money, or need to go and trade a certain way to go and make money, or whatever it is. You're able to touch massive hedge funds for a couple of dollars every day. I promise you, you're not going to go and make a fucking huge difference, but you will go and make your situation good. You will go and take a little dollar off of them, and every dollar you take off of them feels better and better. But as simple as I can explain this, when a trader fails, it's because it was his own goddamn fault. He didn't learn from his mistake, added too much risk when he didn't need to, and his management sucked. Made one poor decision and his entire portfolio comes down. So you don't want to be the guy making one fucking poor decision and your entire portfolio goes down. How do we keep that from happening? You don't YOLO half of your fucking portfolio into one play. You take at most 10% of a play. Let's say you have $1,000 in an account. Don't use more than 100 of it every day. And then when you go and have $2,000 or $3,000 or $5,000 in that account after making 100 every day for 30 days, or making a couple hundred, like, get good at playing with $100, or figure out what exactly it is you need to go and cover your overhead as a fucking as a renter, or like just to cover your bills. And then go and divide that by 20 and figure out how many dollars you need to make every day to go and sustain your lifestyle. If you can do that while you're working a job, you're going to go and build this account very, very quickly and be able to go and play with bigger sizes. Yes, you hear me playing with hundreds of contracts or thousands of dollars. I promise you, I sat there and fucked up numerous times until I was done doing it. Until I was done fucking losing. Calls on AMC next week, 450. I like the fours. I promise you though, I don't have discipline other than beating the dog shit out of somebody in a UFC like sparring session or training or waking up on the, I don't go to sleep, so I don't have to worry about waking up, but like I'm a man of my word, and unfortunately so, like that's how I judge the world around me. And if you go and have the character and the discipline to just do the very, very easy shit that you don't want to do, you're going to be 10 times better off, and you're going to make 10 times more money being safer and taking a realistic bite out of something. What else do you have to lose? I'm going to be here. Anytime you can come into the Discord and say, yo, Enzo, dickhead, listen, what are we doing? Keep in mind that I have a family, and like I definitely like to spend time with them and stuff like that, but I'm always here, guys. We're in the fucking Discord every night. Speaking of, High Rise is on the fucking True Leaf website right now for 29% THC. Goddamn, let's go. Ooh, we'll take some Lieutenant Lemon. We're definitely taking that shit. 29% Lieutenant Lemon. How about some Tiger Haze? Why not? I do not want Bomb Pop or Cat Piss, thank you. I'm definitely Gucci. Tesla continuing, guys. Looking for it. Look, we're looking for Microsoft to go and get. So here, Doc, this is kind of what I was saying as well earlier. The reason why you don't hold those contracts into today, even if you're getting the correct fucking trajectory that you like, you have the ability to get bodied here. So what you want is, while it was getting out and loose, I was telling you to get out here earlier. And because you could have you had to move twice the amount of space to get the contract to go up that high. But then when you came back and pulled back here, this little drop right here, that one candle, which is arguably 3 times smaller than this breakout, that one candle was able to go and take you back in your option all the way as if you had the price of Microsoft at like 408, and it dropped it down to like what, 12 cents or something like that a contract. And that's what's called theta. It's the big drops, it's the sideways trading. And right now, yeah, you're looking good because you could get here, but you're still fucking far in reality, because you need to get to 415 by expiration if you're holding those options. I know you're not any longer, but what I'm saying is that if you were, you would be getting burned by theta like a motherfucker right now. It wouldn't even be funny. Those contracts, I'm betting you, are about $4 maybe. Let's see. Actually, they're $7, $8 for the last ones, but they haven't been trading. But look how many people own these, or how many contracts are still held right now. This could be buying 12,000 and then somebody selling 12,000. So this could be just bullshit. But this right here makes sense. That's 6,000, or excuse me, 6x into that position. That means that 6 times the amount of people, or 6 times the amount of contracts were available and traded on 412 today. So how many people, it doesn't really matter how many people, as long as I feel confident that like more than 6,000 people own, or more than 6,000 contracts are being held, then I could go and argue that like these people haven't sold out of all 6,000 of these, and there's people that actually own more. So there's sentiment being evaluated just within these two numbers right here. Grandma's in the chat from GTA. Let's go. 16 for 4s. I like them. I would take 5 if I had a smaller account, no question. Just to have them if, like, let's say Taylor Swift's dumbass goes and gets a little fucking little FaceTime and, you know, wants to go and just happen to refer back to the fact that she just had an AMC, you know what I mean? Like had an AMC show and now it's available. What, you know what I mean? Like it could be all kinds of shit. But the primary of this story right now, guys, is that I make it clap with no hands and the market drops it like it absolute porn star right now for me. One time, let's go. Look at this. I'm nuts. Let's go, Tesla. We needed to get 186.82. Look into it with a little bit of support here. We're probably going right here, 185.46 on the way back. So you could, if you, here, look, I am bullish right now in every single one of my plays. But remember, like I told you, I did want to go and make sure that I had those 177.5 puts on Tesla to kind of go and hedge. Well, I couldn't think of a better fucking time than looking at 2 o'clock while the market's ripping to the top side. Apple's more than likely going to go and get a green candle and start going over that 186 and trying to move to the top side. When it does, it'll try to go and get rejected from that 187.30 and more than likely move back from there. SPY trying to get weird, going for the 495. I like the SPY, and I like the fact that Tesla is kind of chilling. But even the Tesla puts are still for $177.5. The Tesla puts for 177.5 strikes are quite literally up 12% from yesterday. So I could have held those all day long and still been even. Tell it like it is, Arctic. Let them know. Let them know that Tesla high is coming for their lips. Yeah, if you guys have friends in the market or whatever, let them know. Let them know we're here. You know what I mean? I don't really have, I have a hard time going and trying to beg anybody to come let me make them money. You know what I mean? But I definitely want people to go and hear about the channel. And if they need some help, I'm definitely here. So I don't want anybody to go and miss out on the opportunity to hear another trader's opinion or something like that could potentially like keep them from losing a lot of money. And right now, I promise you, if you go and ask 90% of your friends that are traders how they lost today, it'll be because they had puts into the 185 on Tesla, thought they were good, and got blown off the fucking ball. Or they went and had something on earnings that they did not need to be fucking trading. Do you know how much money I've made off of earnings companies this week? I made a shitload of money on fucking Microsoft this morning. I made a decent amount of money on, what was that? No, Microsoft is the only thing I've made money on that had earnings this week. That's the only thing that I've fucking traded. Give it a second, G. That'll pull back into that 183 because it'll want to go. Remember, this is a bear flag, or excuse me, bull flag. This is going to want to trend back against. It'll drop lower than its fucking low here because you have your indicators here showing you kind of where this wants to go, but also it's going to drop back because it wants to hold right here at the 184 mark right there. So keep an eye on that, but let it drop into that area first. Just to go and be clear so you can see it side by side. This is what we were doing all day. We wanted the 65 buy. However, the 195s that I have a cost basis of, excuse me, cost basis of 103, or excuse me, 101. Those are at 135 and moving to the upside, looking to go up above its 96 EMA. 192s. We purchased, oh, right here. You can see the little flashing white little thing. I don't know if you can see the buys on that. Those buys were at 153, 140, and I believe they were at 111 and then again at 80. But we went and this is the options that we were talking about that we were getting lower than 80. I was wanting them for like, I was wanting them for 80. They never got there. What was the last one I filled? We're up 37% and up a couple grand there on the 195s. I'm up 47, excuse me, 47 now, 44%. Average price on these 195s is at 138. And these are at 199 and probably going for the gap fill here. See, this is how they go and try to rip money away from people, because right now, 2 o'clock, Doc, every time 2 o'clock, if you have a CG, that's the type of shit right there. Just not fucking necessary. SPY's moving beautifully. The fucking Apple's moving back down like we need it to. Because remember, sequential movement is what we've needed. Let's just go and say that I'm fucking confused, right? Let's say you can't go and use technical analytics on derivatives charts, right? Let's just say that I'm wrong. Where would this go? Go to the gap fill and you'd go and bust it out a little bit of time to get there and to consolidate. Now, what happens if this thing gets up and over? These contracts, guys, would become very, very interesting at a $200 evaluation on Tesla. If the market decides to give you that and you see Tesla start breaking out north, these contracts could very easily be over the thousands of dollars. These on the 195s, 195s looking beautiful. They're a little further out. You got rejected from your move, but look where your indicators are. Not to say that they won't come back to all, like, or excuse me, not to say like go and look for this type of shit and just run back to your, that's not what I'm saying. But when you have the technical ability to set up this beautifully on a stock and see it coming, you go and absolutely make them pay for every dollar. You happen to have the bottom of this right here at the 200 mark with a top of this contract right here at 220. You go and let them walk this into 209 and you put a buy spot at 209 and they'll probably try to run it right into the 20 MA. If they wanted to, they could just go and let it go. But right here, you're able to go and put your 100% in and fuck off after that. But you're effectively making your money, getting yourself familiar with this pattern. Hello, thank you. And then you're going to watch what it does. This contract is a call. The reason why the price of Tesla is going to rip back here is because the SPY is not Tesla 195s are not going to just skyrocket into $300-$400 and go and retest this fucking high. What we're going to do is we're going to go right about here, 188, which would get you roughly into the gap fill, guys, 191. Then a very, very likely pushback that gaps up on Tesla's gap up. Pay attention. It's a very, very easy thing to look at. All you got to do is just watch what happens now. If it wants to go and get rejected here, then it's not going to go any higher than up here. And you're not going to go and get Tesla through the pre-market highs. However, you could go and get Tesla to retouch that 188.96 like I've been telling you from the fucking get-go. Once it does, it's going to make a choice. Do I want to fucking go and yeet myself into 191, or do I want to go and respectfully tap this level to be able to continue tomorrow? If I'm fucking lying, I am dying. Mr. Business is on a fucking treasure hunt. Cheers to you, sir. Hope you brought a couple of fucking lefties with you to go and find whatever you're looking for. I'll bring my sand wedge. If you see my ball down there, tell me. I'll come hit a flop shot out of there. If you are somebody who would rather short this market and make money, this is where you need to be looking into close. Wherever your preference is, I don't give a fuck. I'm just letting you know that you need to start looking if you believe you're going to get downside momentum into close. I think that there's very, very good likelihood that you get into close, yes, but not until into close. I'd be looking at the 393.08 and even a touchback into the 391.5. Very, very possible to do by the end of the day. And if you don't believe me, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong and tell me how I'm wrong. And I may go and understand it. But if you can't go and tell me that the SPY's grandmother is waiting for it up at 500 and it needs to get there because her insulin pump is out, I don't want to fucking hear it. Not a shot. No bueno. Odele Vertiga. To mommy sway. Let's go. I filled SQ 11 calls 5 days out. They're up 175%. I mean, you know, gee, we're up 100. We're up 71%, and on the 192s that I was just talking about, we're up 66% on the 195s. We are up 89 on the IWM 195s, and we're up a total of 4% on those Netflix 590s. Those are the only things I hold. And I will be looking into this area of the 198. I think that we're good right here at the 188. I think this is going to start getting bodied right here, but it could potentially wick right here into the top. I'm going to be looking right there at the 188.82 for Tesla to get potentially bodied up. And why I give a shit, even though it's ripping to the top side, the reason I give a shit is because the overall market right here is a little bit high, and I think Tesla's in a very good spot. So I think that the SPY is going to try to walk itself back. That being said, I am going to go, and just to show you that you can do it both ways, the SPY's RSI is at 82, guys. Tesla's is at 94. And then Apple is seriously trying to cook back over 185. We could easily see this movement happen. I want to see this run right over this line right here. I want to see this run yellow. And I want to see if it just banks into this 198.20 or if we go a little higher. But I want to see what kind of velocity we run through here with. But guess what, guys? We're literally filling a gap on Tesla. Whenever you see the 193s, that's where I would be out of those contracts. And if I had to go and get rid of them. But guess what? They're for next fucking week, so we don't care. I still think these contracts are good because I think they're going to go and end up using this as a support system. Look at the 188.69 area, guys. That is an immediate set. Nope, thank you. We're good. But just to go and see what I'm liking here, I'm going to go and just to prove a point, I'm taking a multiple of, I always go and grab 2 of everything or more, or a multiple of 2, so that I can go and get in and out of 50% of at least 50% of any position that I get in. I immediately want that 100%, right? I have a 492 put, the same thing that I was buying just $1 short of this morning at 493. I want to go back to 492 because I think that this is going to go and drop right back in. That's all I want. And I just, those haven't filled yet. But if this gets one little green candle towards the top side here, it'll more than likely fill. Tesla is getting bodied right here, like I was showing you right here from right before the end of market day yesterday. It didn't even get the ability to run through here yet, but that's where we're looking, 188.60, 188.70. But you're taking a very, very nice green candle. This is exactly right. Right here, these are going to fill. 3, 2, 1. I'm on the bid. It's right on. Like, it's absolutely right on the bid. I'm looking right here at the Spy 92 or 492s for next week. It's a $100 play. I'm buying 2 of them just because I have the ability to piss it away. If I wanted to, I can go and probably piss several of these away if I just really needed to do it. Look how many contracts are bought here today. Look at this. This right here is ridiculous. There were 58, 57, 57 and 36 whole fucking puts on the Spy at 493 and 492 from yesterday. Now, today, there's been 60,500 of them bought for 493. I'm going to 492s, and it did not fucking fill this goddamn position yet. Because I've been flapping my goddamn gums. Nope, not what I wanted either. All right, let's see what we got. There we go. We did grab the right one. So I'm looking for these. I want these for 48 a contract. They're at 55, but I almost got them. I looked at them. I tried to put the order in, and it did not give it to me. However, I do like the candle I got on the Spy to go and give me maybe a little bit more of a push. Apple looking heavy, obviously coming back into the 183 for discount. Good shit. Appreciate that call out. I'm gonna have to go and hit them up and see if they'll go and do some kind of an affiliate program, because I don't want to just give them mine. I'd rather have like the business profit from it. Because if they just send me a bunch of fucking referrals, like, or a bunch of rewards from referrals and shit, then it's just me benefiting from it, and I'd rather keep that kind of shit separate. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I've got a lot of ideas to go and make different content outside of the market, considering that we are outside the charts. I'm gonna make all kinds of different content. I don't know if it's all gonna be everybody's fucking cup of tea, but it's not that I don't give a fuck, but I don't give a fuck. We're gonna go and do some shit that's gonna be just enjoyable. Whether we can go and fuck with somebody and make me happy so that I can go, like, if we were to go and like do whatever the fuck it was, but it might not be appetizing to everybody, but it also could be something that not everybody. No, see, G, whenever I go and I make business fucking decisions, cunt, and you decide to go and blow them in the fucking chat prior to you go, look, man, you can't go and tell everybody about my fucking tits being all over the internet, because now everybody's gonna go on to fucking like Google and just type in, yo, Enzo's titties leaked, right? And now everybody's gonna see my shit before we can capitalize on this shit monetarily speaking. Fucking dickhead. This guy, Alligator Wrestling. See, Arctic is a fucking think tank right now. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. On the way to Nunya's, there's the biggest fucking alligator or some shit. We can go do that all day. Leaked. I was here in the chat. Type I was here. Enzo's titties got leaked live. TikTok. But I appreciate you guys greatly being here. This is an absolute beautiful day. I saw it coming earlier this morning and wanted to try to get at least everybody's while everybody was able to go and hear me this morning. So I greatly appreciate all of the kind words and good shit. Please don't think that just because I don't know how to fucking deal with people going and being nice doesn't mean that like I don't fuck with you, or like if you're here, I just understand that I greatly appreciate you, regardless of whatever you think I think about you. I appreciate you guys greatly. And if you guys, and I know who I'm speaking with, I know which 8 of you I'm talking to. So please don't ever hesitate if you guys need anything to give me a call, send me a text, just hit me up in fucking Discord. Come hang out in the Discord and watch some fucking football, or excuse me, some basketball or UFC fights, whatever the hell. We're gonna try a bunch of different shit. So I'm glad to be taking those tits out and doing it as a class. But I promise you, if you think that Miss Frizzle ain't got fucking back since 1990, bitch is about to have this shit clapping, okay? We're about to get it absolutely magical in here. I'm looking magical. Apple's looking magical because most people want to go long here on Apple. I would advise against that. Just saying. Here's why. Apple has run $7 today. Pick the fucking middle and go back there first. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong and you have to buy it at $185 anyway. But if I'm right, you save $2 and a shitload of theta. You're welcome. If you think YouTube gets spicy, check out the Discord. Link below. Let's go. If you have not, I can actually go and throw this joint real quick up on the screen. If you want to, you can go and take a picture of that QR code. That goes and allows you obviously in for the fantasy football, the poker, the insights, the seeing me with my shirt off in the Discord, yelling at some absolute random UFC fighter that doesn't deserve me, degrading him. Or potentially a Knicks game, you know what I mean? Like I have been aspiring to be a Knicks City dancer. Why does that sound wrong? Knicks City dancers, yeah, no, and or what were KCB or KCD or something like that. We were looking at it yesterday. I want to say I have that in my head. But I've been aspiring to be a Knicks City dancer for many months now, and I feel like I'm getting rather good. You know what I mean? Lacking in the ass in the ass department, but you know we're working on that. You know I'm doing my squats. Market's helping me out, you know what I mean? We're making strides here, baby. I only can do so much with the amount of cheese I got, you know what I'm saying? Goddamn. Get off me. Imagine sitting on your wallet with all this ass. Yeah, boy. So, just as another little correlation here, or things that I want you to go and pay attention to, look at the Dow. 0.5%. Yes, the S&P is back and started bouncing off of that 1%. But still, right around 1%, give or take. The NASDAQ went to that 2% and shit the bed. Didn't shit the bed per se, in the sense that it went and just immediately cratered back into its support lines, but look what it did. when we were up here at 2%, when I was calling it out, we literally just came back and just used support, and now we're back at 2%. So we're trending within 0.5%, 1%, 2%. When you couldn't go and start to notice NASDAQ being at 1% down or 2% down and you're looking for it to make a move, that's where you go. Flex and flex and flex. 32, 34, 36, 38. We're not doing Kegels, right? Oh shit. I think he meant Kegels. Uh-oh. Bitch, I got a 10-pound weight. I'm fucking, this bitch is up in the air right now. I'm just absolutely just bricked up. Apple is looking good, looking very nice. I am not going to go and allow Apple to go and bait me here. I don't give a shit if Apple goes to a zillion. Apple is going back to $185 if my fucking, like a chapped ass. I don't give a shit. I don't want to hear your fucking theory. Apple's going backwards to 185 regardless before anything else happens. I don't care if this thing runs to a zillion before fucking market close. That bitch is coming right back into this 184.85, potentially even into that 183, but it's going to be a good situation because you're going to get the wick down to scare people underneath that the 184. However, you're wanting to get the breakdown, the wick, this to turn to support and then go back to the upside to where you already have your structures and you can go and move. But right here, I promise you, you're not worth a fuck. We filled those contracts on the SPY puts right here, right here. We are into these SPY puts at 40. We filled at 40. Well, it says 47, 48. Yeah, cost basis is 48. We have 2 of those contracts on top of everything else. The 195s are up 65%. I will go and post these. At close and let you guys know where these actually ended up. But right now they're both the Tesla calls are roughly at about 70% each. The IWMs are up 97.6%. The average we have on those, just in case, 0.68 on the average, which would be $68 a contract. Those are actually turning over to 100% right this moment. There's 101, 50, 101%. There's 100% flat right there. Netflix is actually positive by $1 now instead of negative $1. And I just purchased the 499s, or excuse me, the 492s for Monday. Do I think that you're going to get a 492? Absolutely fucking not. Unless you get really lucky. No. But what I'm playing to is you not getting 496 until I go and get a VWAP touch. And you can go and get 490, whatever the fuck you want, right after I get my VWAP touch. Just saying, not being that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be oh, well, you owed me $20. You can give me your $20 first and then I'll pay you my $5. Like, I'm being petty right now. I'm being fucking petty, dead ass serious. I'm being petty as fuck. And that's exactly what you guys should do every single time you have the ability to, because they will take it every time from you. I hope I'm not out of day trades. Gee, what fucking look, dude. Act like you've been here before. I'm glad to pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. That's exactly right. Honestly, if you got it and you're available here, Nanya, I like those 495s. Or excuse me, the 494, 493 area. I think the 494s are probably the best option just because they are $30 over where your 430 or 493s would be. You're effectively going back over to the big thing that I know you know this, but the one thing we fucking always need, which is they break and they retest. We have a break. We have a retest of this area of 192, but do we have a retest of the 193 flat? Who's to say? Why not? Let's go find this fucking gap that's down here, find our support, and then move from there. But right now, you could easily go and end up going to close with an option that could potentially go and be a couple $100 at a time. If you're buying it for $130, let's say $100 here, you're looking to buy it probably right into this area, right into the 496. You're looking at a price target of something you've already seen today. The reason I say that 193 or 493 is voluptuous, not only is it the best poker hand in the game, 9-3 offsuit. The suit is, or excuse me, 9-3 offsuit is only for absolute veterans, like a Black Diamond ski resort. But if you can get the 493 here, the reason you're going to probably get the volatility to run over those contracts is because you're going to try to hold 494 and get absolutely forced down by volatility to get your pull down here. You could actually go and have these in the money by the end of fucking close. That's the sad part. I mean, I could easily see the same shit if you look at the SPY yesterday. This type of shit right here. This type of candle works. That's all great. But like, there's also this thing too that happens very, very quickly, that when you try to get good real quick, you don't always fucking get good, bro. But your trend is this purple line right here. It's made absolutely all the fucking difference all week. Why would we not return right back here? It's the median of the entire fucking week. That's the play that I make right there, guys. That's the sentiment. That's why I own the what is it? The 493. I have the 432 or the 492 puts for Monday. I'm telling you that it might be a little smarter of an idea to go into the 5th day of expiration. That's fucking Apple. I would go, if I was wanting to be decently safe, I go look at these two contracts right here, 294 and the 293. If you wanted to be really fucking risk off, you could go like probably Yeah, stay around the 493. If you want to go and have a lot of risk, go and look into 3 days and go to fucking 493. There's a reason why there was only double-digit contracts being held right here yesterday morning. Or excuse me, this morning. And now there's over 100,000 options within every 2 or 3 strike prices. So you're consolidating on Tesla, but you are getting a little bit of a drop, and it looks like it's more heavy to the fucking to the 200 here. I think there's a very, very easily arguable area, like I'm telling you on the SPY right here, wants to go into that 466 or 496 right here. The faster we can get into this 496, and the quicker we get there, the quicker we can come back. And people are going to think, oh, we go here. I don't know that we do. I think that this immediately gives it back. They're going to try here, and then they're going to drop it even further through, just because they can get through the 50, in my opinion. Because if everything comes back real quick, like Apple, if it does not go and get the push that it needs, it's going to kind of just stop. Look at those options that I was calling out today, looking at 3 o'clock close right now, guys. $55 options that I was talking about at 7. Explain to you how you could go and make $19,000 off of less than $700 this morning. Said it out loud to fucking Christ and everybody, thinking that, like, bro, this kid's smoking fucking absolute gas pedal if he thinks that he's actually gonna go, right? You guys all looked at me like I was fucking crazy today. I want to go and give a huge, and God, I swear to God, if I go and, where are you? Where are you, Bree? We got to give a huge round of applause today to Miss Bree for not only winning $500 yesterday, touching the fuck out of some stock price prediction. However, she also went and was able to change my mind this morning, which went and was the birth of the sentiment that I called Nunya with this morning and had right in front of Caesar in the Discord. So absolutely huge dubs to Sabrina. We absolutely greatly appreciate her. Absolutely killed it. She's been killing it. If you don't know who the fuck Sabrina is, you need to get a goddamn Apple Watch, find a TomTom, go to your local shoes department, find a good pair of shoes, and fucking run your fat ass all the way to the directory to figure out where to find a phone book to give her a call and let her know. She's fucking absolutely nasty, because this was solely Sabrina going and being able to change my mind about one thing. It didn't take a lot. I think that there was an absolute validity to go up to the upside, just like I said earlier in the week. But she kind of went and was able to go and throw an idea out there that kind of made sense. Threw some news out there and some earnings out there that made sense, and turned it all around. I mean, she absolutely fucking killed it. So hats off to her. We do greatly appreciate you. I just saw the thumbnail. Hey, look, a lot of people don't pay attention. You know what I mean? I promise you, I could go and work a hell of a lot. If anybody has ever seen me make a thumbnail, I promise you, I could spend much less time by just going and not giving a fuck and throwing up a the same fucking thing every day or whatever. But there's a reason why I throw those in there, because A, they're fun and they're a way that I can go and tell YouTube to go eat a dick. Also, at the same time, being able to go and hide a couple of clues in there, like I'm a fucking Scholastic snooze. You know what I mean? Is it Scholastics? No. It's what was the fucking? Is that what that was? Scholastics? The word hunt on like page 27 or something like that. Is that what the fuck was that magazine? That little it's not Scholastics. Scholastics was the book fair. What was the hidden picture? Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts. Holy shit. What is that magazine called? Highlights. Highlights magazine. If you don't know what Highlights magazine is, get the fuck out until you figure out what it is and come back. It's the greatest thing ever. Think of the thumbnails as little ways to go and find me being an asshole to YouTube, and to go and give you a little sentiment that I'm kind of feeling off rip. Look at SoFi doing the dirty back over almost to $8, but hanging everybody out to dry because they don't give a fuck. We're not even going to watch those anymore. I've made my point on Microsoft. However, those calls that we were getting in and looking to buy long at 160 today is at 296. Looking very, very good. These are for Mondays, so those are the last thing we bought. IWM, we continue to hold. Just to make sure everybody understands that GTA would be getting absolutely fucking smoked right now out of those 199s. So I'm glad that he was able to get out of them. But be very thankful that you did. I think pretty much that position would be 100% gone. Correct me if I'm wrong. YOLO'd the entire bag into fucking 199s and still got out profitable by 60%. You're a fucking absolute disgusting piece of shit for that. Absolutely love you for it. Great send. Great timing. Good in, good out. Your only problem is that you minimize risk there. Instead of going and sending a bag, you go minimize your risk and send the bag at a later time so that you can go and benefit from the overall volatility and the implied volatility and the intrinsic value from getting the transfer of volatility movement into the money there, because you genuinely could have got, they're still up 60%, even better, but like, oh, for Monday, fair play, yeah. No, that's what I'm saying is you could go to the next day available and go and put your money in a safer spot there, instead of having to be perfect in that like 10-minute window that it was. You would have a, let's say, 2 or 3 hour window on Monday morning where that's going to be good. You know what I mean? Just be careful, because those are the ones that you could get a real pullback on and fuck you for no reason, when you didn't have to go and you didn't have to go and expose yourself to so much risk to potentially make 60%. You know what I mean? Like, you could have gone into Microsoft or something just a little safer. That's all I'm saying. But it's a great fucking play, G. Also, if there is people that, or if there are people that come into the chat, G, and the veteran people that have traded options, if you guys see that there are newer people in the chat for any reason, don't go and start fucking throwing out YOLO plays and shit, G. Because Arctic, Dr. Those two smart guys. You know, they can go and fucking make their own opinions. They can go and differentiate between bullshit and not bullshit. They can go and make their own opinions and stick to them. they're also grown-ass men who understand what the market is and understand that they're not trading with any money that they absolutely have to have. However, not everybody is smart enough to go and realize that you have to be on top of those. Yeah, see Shiba in you, fucking, yeah, YOLO, yeah. I'm going to put Shiba in you in that ass and break it the fuck off. If, like, Shiba in you. Common sense in you. I'm starting that fucking token. I traded normal stocks for a year before I attempted options. Absolutely beautiful amount of experience that you probably got making a very, very difficult time and a very trying process, I bet. But I guarantee you've got a world of knowledge now that you're going to need to apply that into a options format. Watched you about the whole time? Well, I've watched you about the whole time, gorgeous. You just don't know it yet. No problem here. I know it's ultimately my decision. Yes, sir. Captain America's out here fucking... My money to lose, say whatever. Right, but think of it as if you are the guy that can go and buy a scratch off, or the guy that can go and go to the casino, or go to the even the, like, if you and your friend go to the fucking bar and say, yo, I'll race you to the door. If you're that fucking guy, you have a home here because we profit off that type of shit. Matter of fact, Nunya and I were running a fucking line last night over just completely gentleman's wise, no monetary value whatsoever. But these kids who were apples ripping, these kids that are apple is ripping, dude. Listen, Cupcake, hey, you sound like my fucking girlfriend whenever I go and say, I'm not yelling. And she says, no, you're yelling. I said, no, I'm not yelling. Your headphones are in and you're being soft. That was gay? What was gay? I'm happy as a motherfucker, dude. I'm out here turned up like Donald Duck. I prefer to be called Terry. I got a goddamn Jeff Foxworthy mustache going on right now. And, you know, it might end up being a fucking handlebar by the end of the day, you know? With the amount of sauce that I got coming out of every pore in my body, it's just a masterclass of racing you to the door and whipping that ass, G. That's all it is. But these fucking kids were looking absolutely voluptuous, just raining free throws. I want to say that, like, these might be 17, 18, either high school or college. What the hell were they? Kids were nasty. Like, they were just absolutely just shooting the craziest amount of back-to-back free throws, and we were trying to go and figure out which one was better. I fucking lost. I ended up taking what the hell was that shitter's name? It wasn't fucking Duncan, right? Or Corbin. What the fuck? I don't even care what his name was, but the other kid, I don't know of any kid that was probably 17, 18 years old that was making 20 free throws in the Knicks. Well, yeah, it was the Knicks. I don't know who's doing that primetime Knicks game. That takes some balls. Those kids were like, I think the national free throw champions or some shit like that. Blew my mind. But we are always around Always having a good time, always shooting the shit. Always got time for market analytics and good times. So if you have not been in there or feel like, oh, I don't want to go and bother anybody, you're not bothering anybody. You're bothering me when you don't show up. When you guys don't show up to get touched on now, then I gotta worry about you and shit. Like Ask Nunya, I gotta go and track him down, you know? I don't get the hour phone call or some shit like that. Like, I'm like a fucking 14-year-old girl with a new cell phone. I'm trying to text everybody and shit. Let them know. Yeah, these two fucking high schoolers were nasty though. Yeah, right. Under lights in SMG in Madison Square Garden, one hit 18 and one hit 20. Like we were just going and having the conversation. Like, there's no way at any point in time, and I have a decent shot. There's no way in hell in like you could give me a zillion tries. There's never a point where I was able to do that for basketball. And I would bet you that those kids beat 95% of NBA players, which is even worse. Those kids right now are at like 90%. If you take the numbers that we saw last night, you go and look at like some of the best point guards in the game right now are shooting 90, a sub 90. Those kids are fucking incredible. Very, very good job. Apple is effectively going and just testing people to the upside, G. It's still coming up short, and it absolutely can go and just get walked back with one or two candles. I think Apple is very bullish, like I was saying earlier. I definitely still agree with that. I'm just saying there is a better chance that it pulls back off of this high and comes back to 185 than it does to go and leave to the upside. Risk assessment wise, you would take the downside here if you didn't have skin in the game one way or the other. However, just to go and stay transparent, those SPY puts for the 492 are getting smacked around a little bit. They're down 16%. We were getting into them at 48 a contract. They're currently 40 a piece right now. No big deal. IWMs are up 73%. The 192.5s up 69%, giggity. 195s calls are also for next week up 65%, and our Netflix is just hanging around at that couple of dollars here or there, but still primarily even. If anybody's got questions, now would be the time to ask. I am looking at an inquiry about grandmas. Hold on one second. I used to get those every month. I had a few poems and drawings published in highlights. Yeah, dude, absolutely. See, I knew your grandmother was a bad woman. Yes, sir. Arctic had probably one of the best grandmothers around. Getting him fucking highlights. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Find that fucking hairbrush and a little fucking toothbrush, or what was the other ones? Like the random toad or the turtle or the basketball. And yeah, it was usually in the fucking log. I always fucked up. Or the glove was like in the weirdest spot. Or they told you, ooh, find the needle. That, like, they just made me want to smack them in the mouth when they did that, because they'd stick the fucking needle in a book, in the like spine of a book, and you wouldn't be able to tell. But yeah, your grandmother's an absolute saint and should be held up there, probably in Cooperstown and in the Baseball Hall of Fame. You know, I don't know why the Baseball Hall of Fame, but she seems like she hits it like she can't miss. So let that woman point her shot like Babe Ruth and go for it. When you're looking that good to give somebody a highlights magazine, you know, that's a absolute whirlwind of fun right there. You fuck around and give me a highlights magazine now, I'm good for weeks. That's like it's like giving me a fucking Rubik's Cube. Something's gonna get smashed on. Now, do you, if anybody could, just something I'm noticing that might not just be just off the top of somebody's head. If you look at Tesla, look at what Tesla's doing. Tesla ran up nasty. Look at the SPY. It's kind of curling the opposite way. SPY looks like we're looking at a little bit of weakness as Tesla is looking to consolidate sideways at a very, very nice area that it's liking to consolidate price at. You're looking at the IWM getting very, very nice over the 200 and everything kind of looking like we're finding support. Don't let Apple go and fool you. Even if it wants to go and try to go and move here, let it do its thing. But the worst that comes to worst is this thing goes to 188, 189, and then comes back to 185 by next fucking, or by Monday. I see that coming right back into 185, not questioning it. SQs, I wonder, where did those end up so far? Yeah, 1167. I like the SQs. I think that you'll more than likely be able to buy those SQs shares wise at that 1140 area. So keep an eye out for that. I don't know if you're going to be able to buy 1140 SQ type contracts. You might have to only be able to get them in the 50 because I feel like they're going to be down in, like, let's say you might get the 1140 in pre-market and not be able to contract or get contracts pre-market. So I could easily see them going and then boosting it and letting the price go from there to the top side. But yeah, I would be looking back into the 1250s the $12 area once we go and break to the downside of 1150. Once we go through 1150, I like those. But I would like to see the downside of 1150 before I decided to try to go long on the SQs. I appreciate you guys all greatly hanging out with me for what? Almost 6 hours now. I think we did a pretty decent job today. I realized that I haven't taken care of anything else that I needed to, but that's okay because I didn't have a lot of shit going on other than random shit that I have to deal with, not making any phone calls or anything like that. But yeah, that being said, I'm going to go and leave you fine people to your at -15. I'm going nowhere fast. At -15 what? Oh yeah, rock out with the whole thing out. Caesar, do it. Much better day when you're it does feel good when you're definitely seeing the market properly. That's 100% right, Arctic. Just about getting it tuned in. What are you minus 15? Oh shit, yeah, you're not going anywhere fucking fast. Holy shit. Well, hopefully that you and the missus, the family, are warm inside somewhere, not fucking doing any house work like you seem to enjoy doing at holy shit below zero. Um, Here's where this is kind of differentiating. This is strength and consolidation. This is strength and trying to go to the fucking moon without having a boarding pass to the space shuttle. It's gonna come up. It's gonna try. I would not go and be shocked to see this thing walk right down into 193. If it happens, if it pulls back, it'll go pull right back to 193. If it goes and wants to try to gap up and do the dumb shit, well, then we'll just literally get out of the calls that we have in the morning on Friday. But for them to gap this up, they're going to go and have to use, 497. For that to be the case, they're going to have to go through 497 at some point after hours and then use it as support. It doesn't make any sense to me to do that when you could literally just go and walk this price up just like this and then break it down right after here, or right after this. What the fuck did I just click on? I'm looking to go see this trend that we were looking at all day long on the SPY. It's held up all day long. We still need to go and really, really make sure that we're good on the structure of 491 at some point. But it really does not go and shock. It would not shock me in the fucking least bit to watch this go and open up at 491 in the morning, Monday morning. I'm just letting you know. I'm not even questioning that could be a possibility. That's why I bought 492s, so that there is a potential. That being said, Tesla 15-minute chart, absolutely beautiful. Tesla's going to go and try to get a candle to get up and above 188.30. And Apple, there you go, right there, G. Break and a retest, but you need the retest to hold. So if it does not hold and you get a gap down in the market right here, I'm just letting you guys know what I see. I'm just trying to be helpful, but be very careful with that. IWM looking very, very nice to the upside. I wouldn't be surprised if you see something like Russell, considering that you have that keep an eye on that 30-year government bond yield. I'm telling you, that's going to be a huge catalyst. There's the SPY going right up for that 496 here. Nunya is looking like a fucking drop top in the rain. Motherfucker is wet right now, touching buckets. DiVincenzo from the wing, and he nails it. Fucking absolutely bricked up right now. I am absolutely touching every possible corner of this market. I'm playing Foursquare with the pussy right now. I'm literally going and playing hopscotch. I might end up going and getting the fucking pogo stick out and see if we can go and add a little, add a little fucking vertical, a little extra power, a little oomph. But look what you have on Apple is a level you weren't good at earlier. You think you're good? You think you're good at that level? Well, that might be the case. However, make sure that you're good. Get the feeling of, oh my God, I made the wrong decision, and then evaluate it from there. Make sure that you're going and being Wait, why is Katie at a wedding? Holy shit, I've missed something. Whoops. Where the fuck are you at? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Oh, shit. Katie's in fucking Miami right now. I forgot about that. Son of a bitch. Also, just to let you guys know, the Bloomberg guy is running around in the Discord every morning. So Bloomberg is usually up in the Discord live, their live news feed. If anybody wants to jump in the Discord, you're more than welcome to jump in the Discord and have a conversation and shit with each other and stuff like that. Just jump into the Degenerates live. It's usually in there. But everybody's able to talk in there. So if you want to be able to, like, if Arctic and Caesar wanted to have a conversation about what the fuck is going on with Meta, they're more than welcome to go and do that. So definitely use those resources. Who knows? You might end up finding you might get the first nip free while you're in there. Who knows? But who gets married on? Hey, look, dude, look. Very odd. Just expect. Oh, no, Nunya. Both families have money and flew in almost, I think, 134 people from 20 different states to go and have the bachelor party last week or 2 weeks ago in fucking Nashville, where they got snowed in and had to drive. And then 2 weeks later is the actual fucking wedding in Naples. My brain is stuck on growing up with a fucking quite literally, I can go anywhere I want to on an American Airlines flight, literally anywhere. But even that is just fucking overboard to me. Not to mention, I don't even like people half the time. So it's like the fact that I would want anybody there while I'm trying to have a good fucking time, marrying the girl that I care for, then, you know, you guys can all eat a dick on that day. Must be nice, though. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Guess the pricing would be much better. I mean, yeah, if you left on a fucking Thursday, yeah, it got nasty. You're from Naples. Good shit. It's called the fucking waiting room. Seems like everybody in Naples, it's like a one big fucking hospice. But there's worse places to fucking die, honestly. I wouldn't be mad at it. Play some golf, have a stroke, you know, we could do it all. You could do it all down in Naples. Make sure that you get your tourist pamphlet at naplesdropdead.com//waiting room. IWM over 195. I do believe our options are now in the money on the IWM. Well, not that I do believe. I'm telling you, our options are fucking voluptuous with a fat, thick ass right now. looking up 100% on those 199, or excuse me, 195 calls on the IWM for the fifth. We are down 37 on those 492s. I don't mind them because we're really not moving anywhere on the fucking SPY. So those are gonna just go, and I'm not really concerned about getting a perfect buy on those. So Naples is gay. Cruising for the bingo halls. Bro, if you don't know, if you haven't been to a motherfucking bingo hall before, you need to get in there. There's a lot of game in there. There's a lot of grandmas. I feel like I just don't know which ones to, I feel like a fucking kid in a candy store, bro. Honestly, all of them need touched. All of them have attitude problems. Birdie is talking about just flew into, he's asking just to fly into Valencia. And I'll pick you up from the airport, make you a good old time in fucking Spain. I bet you could with a $6,000 bottle of wine. How's that bottle treating you there, big man? Appreciate you guys hanging in there. Actually, Birdie, when you have some time, you let me know. We'll have a conversation. I'd absolutely love to touch your mental, ask you a few questions about the market and stuff like that. If you do have time. Happy Friday, Birdman. None of your business. Reaching out. €6. Okay, I'm fucking retarded. Okay. See, I saw that differently. I thought you were talking about a €6,000 bottle of fucking. I wouldn't put that past you though, Bird. You're a nice. I see them. You like the expensive taste every once in a while. Might be a little bit too. The problem is that he didn't say that he was going on a work dinner or something. That €6,000 bottle would have been on the company. Little tax write-off, baby. What do you think? None of you want to go fucking Charlie's real quick and I feel like a box at the Orlando game would be a very, very great place to do networking for the overall company. You know what I mean? I feel like that's just real. I think the Orlando Magic game, yep, that's exactly where we need to go and do our ad. I feel like over lunch, or we could go to lunch at like a strip club because that's easy. That's easy tax write-off. They have great food. We have to talk great business. You're not crazy? No, you're a man that likes beautiful and very full-bodied wine. What's more full-bodied? The tits out and $6,000. Nobody telling you shit. I'm the CEO of a company. Suck my ass. I'm gonna smack your lips with a fucking Dutch accent, so you think that I'm going. And it feels like when you get touched by Birdie, that something he almost complimented you. You know what I mean? Like when Birdie insults you, you feel complimented at the end. You don't feel like it feels good. I don't know if it's the accent that just makes everything okay or what it is, but gotta love that. SPY continuing, trying to go 496 here. I don't mind the SQ calls to the top side. I would rather, like I said, though, I want this little breakdown in. I feel like they're going to give it to you, and I feel like it's going to try to be just abrasive. And if you don't get it right here, you're going to more than likely try to get it overnight. Just to be safe here, don't take a huge position on the SQs just in case they want to drop into, let's say, like 11 or 11.20 for just a very, very quick second. You'd be able to get them a little bit better than maybe the 11.40. But I like both of those areas. I just think that with the house how easily the SPY could go and just kind of push through these areas right here and try to give you some crazy little wick that goes to 497 or something like that. It's easier just to go and probably play the love. But see how this is getting weak on the SPY now and trying to give back its indicators, because I was showing you like Tesla props itself up, consolidates sideways, looks very, very good. And you're obviously looking here. Let's see what happens if, like I've been pointing out, these are bull flags. These are looking good. We want to see this go and have a continuation. We want to see the structure of 188.12, which is just short of the 188.69, I believe, is what we were talking about earlier. Apple doing the exact same thing back to the upside, trying to get it, but we are running into a little bit of resistance. Make sure that this is a break and a retest and a hold of the retest before you go long in Apple. I do like Apple anything under. Carl Weathers Apollo was a bad man. Who in the fuck was that? Carl Weathers. Did I just like... Very kind gentleman, definitely. Who in the fuck is that? I feel like I should know who that is. Oh, shit. Cut me, Mick. Yeah, he was a bad motherfucker. He did not play. What did we get? Guys, this is why I was worried right here about going to the 415s for today. Audible down to the 412 and a halves. Dr. If you're still here, the reason why we get out here is the fact that you're there and you're right in front of your price target. If there's any chance that you could go and potentially not make it, the best thing to do is to get as close as you possibly can, as quick as you possibly can, because the more sentiment that you have that you could potentially create with an upside move, you were able to go and get everybody to kind of pile in behind you. Not a big deal. But if you go and just look how these are working out, I think this is going to be the 188 is going to be a very, very interesting area. But Tesla needs to probably go back to the 185 at some point, along with Apple. So we can go and look at all of those things. But I would probably put something around the 185 shares wise if you're looking to buy shares or whatever. But this is more than likely going to go and trickle down, come off the 200 and rip through the fucking sky tomorrow, or excuse me, next week. So Happy Gilmore's fake hand, bro. Unusual Whales, Nancy Pelosi's portfolio once again has hit an all-new all-time high, as she is up 83%. This year alone, her positions have made her over $3 million in gains. Fucking bitch. Sorry for anybody that saw that being too graphic. I think that was absolutely perfectly necessary. Rip. Yeah. How about I go and find that fake hand and beat the dog shit out of Nancy Pelosi's fake ass with it? It won't be me going and doing it. You know what I mean? Like the hand does not go and it doesn't identify as male or female. So, I mean, if you're going to go and assume the gender, you know, I'm ready to go and fight on that hill. One for all for one type shit. You know what I'm saying? Real +4 card coming. Her husband's gay lover can hit her with a hammer. That a boy. Right. If we can get like a nice, good, like maybe like a fucking, what are those? Like a contractor's joint where it kind of looks like a drywall hammer. Get one of those with some extra leverage, you know? Maybe a level on the top of the joint. Maybe a chalk line. Let's get a chalk line first. That one fell out of the headlines. You know, I think it was an interesting one. I wonder if that police officer that had that body cam footage of them opening the door being fucking weird, looking like bro, those two look like if you catch your son or daughter with a whole fucking box of Oreos when they should not have a whole box of fucking Oreos at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and you told them at 1 o'clock at 10 o'clock to go to fucking bed, and you find them at 3 o'clock with a whole joint of fucking Oreos, just crumbs oh, you're in trouble. That's exactly what they look like, 100%. Where's that body cam footage? Why is that not up? I'm going to go buy a fucking kiosk. No bullshit. I'm going to go sponsor a fucking kiosk that all this bitch is supposed to do is run dead ass real fucking videos and real information in the middle of a fucking city. Just like in the most ignorant possible place. Like right outside of the fucking Texas convention, or excuse me, the Tampa Convention Center, or like the Orlando fucking entrance to like somebody's got to go and fucking see this. Because as long as you don't go and look for it, then you could go and be an ignorant pile of shit and not have a fucking idea what's going on. But somebody who is as biased or unbiased, somebody is as unbiased as I am, to see the unfortunate bullshit that is happening and that we are being put into, it is definitely not a political thing anymore. This is just a blatant disregard for people's rights. This is a blatant disregard for just simple formal things that were just 100% factual last year or the year before that or the year before that. Seems like they're fucking gray area now, and I beg to differ. I'm gonna be the guy that says straight up, I fucking beg to differ if all of a sudden we're changing everything that we've known for X amount of years. There's not a fucking shot in hell. Eventually, somebody's gonna go, and I think somebody's gonna eventually have to, if nobody does, go and stand up and say, hey, are we gonna be cool with this? And unfortunately, I think the answer is gonna be no. So what people are willing to do about it is gonna be the interesting part. And I don't know that the market, coming back full circle, is going to go and be able to differentiate real from fake news, because all the news that we have currently is a way to either push an agenda or advertise something or try to get you to go and look at somebody a different way, or a group of people, or even a country, or whatever the case. But it's not factual information. It's half factual information with a couple of really cute fucking bows tied to the joint. But with all due respect, I don't know that that's exactly what the American public needs right now. And I'm not one to say that I know what the fucking American public needs. I'm more out of touch with a normal day-to-day human being, other than fucking Nunya GTA or Caesar. I don't know what the fuck people want, but I can promise you, if we made it very, very, very plain and simple and no bullshit, here is factual data, whether it is market related, whether it's politics, whether it's whatever, you're able to use those analytical values to go and see trends and to notice that the people that are in power currently in our country are not going to go and give a fuck about you. They're not. It's not something that we have in the cards. Here's Microsoft breaking down just a smidge here on that downtrend, and starting to push away. But I did go and kind of keep that a little high. You could go and easily argue that it's down here, so you're kind of probably pulling back to the 96 EMA, back to that 409 like I thought you would on Microsoft. So keep in mind, or keep an eye on that. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. I think that I think it's going to be a very interesting couple of weeks coming into a lot of that. Whether you are Republican, Democrat, male, female, purple, orange, I don't give a fuck. If you're an American, what's going down on the southern border is extremely important to go and understand. Not because you need to follow it to go and understand it, but because you need to be able to go and look at the grasp of the I guess the gravity of what we're dealing with down there. I don't think that's ever happened ever in the history of our country, other than when fucking Texas started. Back to Santa Ana, the Alamo, the fucking all that shit. And please, I probably sound like a fucking idiot right now, but I'm saying way back then when we seceded from the Union as Texans, that's the only thing that I've ever known about Texas history, was that we were able to go and value the state of Texas as its own goddamn country. The governor seems to still see it like that, and he seems to go and think that it's necessary to go make sure that we're giving some help down there. And I think that, personally, I think it's not a bad idea. I think that the amount of conflict that could go and come out of that could potentially have a drastic amount of downside to the market if there isn't a way for Halliburton or Boeing or Raytheon to go and benefit. But if we pull out our own civil war here, and I'm not trying to go and start fear, but if two parties of the same country who are instructed to go and protect said country, and they're getting orders to do that, that's going to cause a very, very difficult moment in time where people are going to have to make decisions. And not everybody, even if they're trained military, even if they're trained fucking assholes, even if they're trained fucking school bus drivers, people make mistakes. That mistake right now could go and cost a lot of people very dearly. So watching what's going on there and trying to figure all of that out is kind of one of the things that I am trying to do, but not giving it any weight, just feeling like it's very, very interesting how Pelosi's up $1 million fucking dollars. But nobody wants to go and try this fucking cunt for, excuse my French, that was not nice, I apologize. Nobody wants to go and try her for insider trading, because effectively insider trading is almost impossible to go and do when your husband who's getting whacked in the fucking hammer. Like, is dude even fucking trading anymore? Because as far as I remember, homie was in a fucking like critical vegetable state. Like, Pelosi was having to sit there and like write his face and sign the documents or something for him, or I don't, whatever the fuck it was. But like, I want to say that fucker wasn't even like breathing without without life support and shit. Is he the one still making those fucking pulls? Putting those biops or those limits in, are we? Damn, what a fucking committed guy to the market, you know? He's almost as fucking punctual as I am. Nunya, hey, how about this weekend? You go over my fucking head with a meat with one of those meat tenderizers one again. We'll spin the block and for good times. Let's see if I can trade after. Just give me one good fucking ding right over the top of the head and see if I can still make it. If I'm able to trade after that, touche. You know, the guy's just fucking goated. But until then, bitch needs to go. And I say bitch with the absolute most disrespect I could possibly find. Not to say to all women, just that one specifically. She benefits every day off of things that she's gone and set up to put people in jail for. However, like I said, character isn't something that most people go and actually care about anymore. What's right and wrong, people don't care about anymore. Where you were and how you acted and what you did when nobody was watching doesn't matter anymore. That was the number one fucking thing I ever learned. I didn't have enough fucking empathy to go and be nice to anybody, but I did know. I at least knew that. But at this point, you got to be able to go. And like, we're never going to be able to fix shit if we don't have anybody worth a fuck with any spine, with any type of debate skills, with any you know, Birdie, I appreciate you. It's fucking comical. Like, I feel like I have better disagreements with Nunya over the over-under on fucking the Knicks than some of our politicians have gone and really asked the pressing fucking questions of, hey, what the fuck is this about? I can even understand the politicians not being able to do anything about everything. I understand there's tape. I understand there's bureaucratic bullshit. Even though I don't go and give a fuck about any of it, I absolutely understand it. But the fact is that it's not beneficial to anybody. Not even the fucking people that are in office benefiting from it, because 9 times out of 10, they give half of it fucking back. And then I would assume that most of these guys have very, very good fucking tax guys. But like, by the end of the trades, half of these fucking idiots are making half of whatever they left on the table. Granted that it's more than their $240,000 a year jobs or whatever the fucking case. And we're talking about semantics. But at the same time, like, they're not even good at what they're doing. They're not even fucking good at being shit and cheating. They're like the kid that hacks because he got his first fucking PC. So he goes and downloads all the hacks that you possibly can for Call of Duty and then mows the fucking lobby down and realize, oh shit, this isn't really that fun because nobody's gonna ever shoot me back. They're just not fucking good at anything else other than manipulation. Fear, manipulation, separation. You know, it might just be me, but that might have been written down somewhere in some type of government handbook to go and cause fear in people and to go and get people to do what you want them to do. Something a little persuasive action. I don't know what it was in, but you know, seems like that might be factual. I don't know where I'm pulling that from, but certainly wasn't my ass. We're looking at 9:40, guys. We got 20 minutes going into the rest of the market. I have not even fucking pissed all day. That's probably a little too much information, but I'm letting you know I have not left my chair or the back patio all day. We've been running the markets up and down, doing absolutely dirty things to it while you're not looking, you know. What I do appreciate though is you guys sticking it out with me, hanging out. And we're gonna get this figured out and have a couple of new things here and there. So make sure that you're coming back to go and check on us so that we are able to go and show you a few new things. I'm gonna try to go create some pre-built like things where I'm able to go and change from the data that I use that you guys aren't able to see, that I'm not necessarily able to click, like just click a button and bring up on the channel right now, which I would really like to go and be able to click one button and be able to see whatever it is that I want pop up on the screen with a transition and not look like shit. And I just want it to be correct. I want it to kind of look more of a kind of like a news cycle, but at the same time, more of a parody news cycle where almost more like a Ron Burgundy style, like making a joke of what it is that we're doing. It's funny, guys. If you guys go and look at the market and look at it more as a comedian than a index or something to tell you a value, look at it as a fucking conversation. Look at it however it helps you go and look at it, but sometimes putting it into perspective that goes and helps you understand it better, that's what we're doing. What do you know about RL or RKLB? I saw it with one other stock. I don't know what the oh, okay, no, it was a shit. Hold on, it was it was next to space. It's a space company. Am I correct? I think there was just an article I was just talking about or just seeing. I've never heard about it until yesterday, to be quite fucking honest with you. But I did go and see something where like somebody threw it up in the Discord, or maybe I saw it somewhere else, that RL or RKLB is very, very similar to space, SPCE. So I know that I don't have any idea value wise or if they're worth a fuck or what, but I could definitely do some research into that. What I will tell you before I go, nope, I'm having a stroke. Thank you, LKB. Rocket Lab, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Rocket Labs is coming to the downside. You saw this on, I believe, Tesla here. Four, pull back. I like that. I like this. Absolutely. Absolutely. I try to go and like I've been saying all day, Arctic, make it make you feel something. Make this make you feel that, oh shit, that's not good. You know what I'm saying? Make this, because right now these are candles that close up every time you go and get here. So this is a trend. You're looking at a bottom of 370. Make it make you feel something and make it go and earn more bearish. Because if it doesn't earn more bearish, then it does not go and constitute a real problem. It has a huge gap down. So if buyers want to step in, buyers are going to step in there. Look at Tesla. You guys got 14 minutes till close. If I'm not all over these, I would be very impressed. Look at Netflix trying to go. We were picking them up here, which happens to be exactly where VWAP's closing, right there at strength. Consolidation, and now you're trying to put your 200s back up over the top. Apple got bodied right here, looking to go and easily walk itself back into the 184, 183.90. Tesla consolidating sideways, has broken out of the broken out of this sideways. Oh, son of a bitch. There we go. Now we're going to look to retest. When we retest, it's going to probably drop through aftermarket. However, none of that fucking matters. We want it to pull back in aftermarket as close as it wants to go to 190 or 183. The closer it gets to 183, the better it'll fucking feel when that thing comes right back to the top side. I think they have debt. My friend just texted me about it, and he entered a position today. I tell him that he needs to be looking at his trend. I think that it's definitely a play. You need to be very, very careful about where you get in, because what happens if they split that? Because you're going to be sitting there at $3 going, or $3.60 and realizing like, oh yeah, maybe that's a good buy. And then they're going to split it and end up fucking showing it to you at 60 cents. You know what I mean? You of all people watch those splits and stuff like that, and reverse splits and shit. I'm looking at everything right now. Palantir's on a buy side. Bank of America is on a buy side. RBOT doesn't apply here. HPE is a sell. VLCN is a sell imbalance. So Snap is going to be a sell to the downside, $17. Rivian is going to be short for me for the very quick term for $15.60. Meta at 181.24 is going to be short, and I'm going to be short on the Qs at 430.08. I think that right now, I think everything looks very, very nice to get continuation for next week. So that's where I'm looking. I'm going to go and tell you guys real quick, 10 minutes out, where my options stay. They actually all held their areas. We're at 65, up 65, average cost 101 on the 195 calls. If you need to, go and rewind this back if you miss where the fuck I'm at, but understand that you need to be able to hear what I'm saying and understand what it is that I'm saying, strike price and information wise. But I hold the Tesla 195 calls. Average cost is at 101. They're currently at 168 a contract. The Tesla 192.5 calls for next week. We have an average cost basis of 139 a contract. Those are at 241. Up 75%. Our IWMs are up 67%. Our average cost on those is at 68 a contract. Those are at 115 per contract. I will be holding these into Monday, every single one of them, and yes, all 100 Tesla puts. Or all 100 Tesla calls. My apologies. If you did it right, you should be able to go, or you should have been able to go and hit 100% on at least something today and purchase back into those positions at a lesser rate. So you are effectively, just because you don't have the ability to dollar cost average down sometimes getting your contracts for a cheaper price, even though the price doesn't resemble that, that's a very, very valuable thing to look at. But pay attention, if you're sitting here and have the time, pay attention to how the market closes right here and how volatile this last 5-10 minutes is. You'll see Tesla, Netflix, you'll see all of these things start to go and move, where you'll see them go to supports and resistance, and watch where they go right after hours. But keep an eye on that. Guys, I appreciate you greatly. If you guys need me for any reason, you guys know where to find me. I will see you guys on Monday morning or in the Discord sometimes. Be easy. Tell somebody you love them. Take them tits out, you know. Keep it swifty. Let's get it. Appreciate you guys.